Robotics team tries to score high, but it ends up in the trough. That's worth 2 points for their alliance as 69-44. The Wolverines are playing defense down on the Red Alliance side, trying to keep that coral from being scored on the Red Alliance. 69-19, the Commodores, they're at the reef. They're up high on branch number 4. They score 5 points for their alliance right now, as it's 10-10, make that 15-10, as the Blue Alliance scored that 5 points with 1:42 left to go. 16-48, 69-44, dancing together here on the red side of the ocean, down on the bottom floor. As 69-19, with another piece of coral in their possession, scoring high on the reef for another 5 points, as the Blue Alliance in the lead at 20-16 with 1:25 left to go. Got a lot of action out there on the field as the bots continue to move along the ocean floor, trying to gather that algae, pick up that coral and reseed that reef. We're down to 1:10 left to go as it's 25-16 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now with 69-19. The Commodores got that coral in their possession. They raise their arm up. They're going to score. Keep an eye on them. High on the, oh, it drops off back down to the ocean floor as 16-48. G3 Robotics spins around on the bottom of the sea, looking for a place to place that coral. 33-29, they're in the barge zone parked right now. If they can stay there at the end of the match, that'll be worth 2 points for their alliance. As 69-19, the Commodores scoring high. One more time, another 5 points as it's 30-16 with 33 seconds left to go in the match. 97-70, the Robo Knights. They're on the Red Alliance side. They're down at the barge zone right now. They're at the deep anchored cage right now. As we're under 20 seconds, the sonar lets them know where they're positioned at. They can come to that barge zone and park underneath the barge, or they can pull themselves off of the ocean floor. If they use the lower cage as 69-19 is at right now, if they can pull themselves off of the floor and remain above the ocean floor, at the end of the match, they will gain 12 points for their alliance. The referees are taking a look at it. No part of the robot can touch the ocean floor in order for them to gain the points. That was the end of qualifying match number 2, as we await the release of the fish to tell us who was victorious in that match. All right, we look and we see blue fish are swimming on the reef, indicating that the Blue Alliance is victorious with a score of 56-22. In that match, the Blue Alliance wins 3 ranking points, which will help them in the standings come the end of the competition, and they get 1 barge point, ranking point. There was some official contact made at the end of the match. They were awarded that because of a foul. All right, here we go. We're getting ready to set up for match number 3 of what will be a total of 62 qualifying matches this weekend here in Dalton, Georgia.
Hello? Supposed to be during the match. I'll come during the match. Yeah, I'll go right there. I'll grab some gaff tape just to put over. I'll get. No, it's just we need to put some weight here, and then I'm gonna put some gaff tape just right here to make sure that. So, all right. I'll make it ready.
All right, going into match number 3, starting on the Red Alliance with team 7514.
It's a family and community group from Atlanta, Georgia, Eve Robotics, sponsored by Novellus, STEM Atlanta Women, the Gene Haas Foundation, Comcast, and the Johnson STEM Activity Center.
Right in the middle, we have team 3344.
From Whitewater High School in Fayetteville, Georgia, the Space Dragon, sponsored by Caterpillar.
And right on the end, the second oldest team in the state of Georgia, it's team 1002.
From Wheeler High School in Marietta, Georgia, it's Circuit Runner Robotics, sponsored by Parker's 3D Prints, ClickUp, Cobb County School District, Gene Haas, and General Motors.
On the Blue Alliance is team 6712.
From North Murray High School in Chatsworth, Georgia, it's the Mountaineers, sponsored by Hobby House, Sylvia Clark, Matco Manufacturing, Tractor Supply, Southland MD, and Shaw.
Joining them, team 2974.
It's Walton Robotics from Walton High School in Marietta, Georgia, sponsored by Novellus, UPS, Carrier, Cobb County School District, Haas, and Google.
And completing the Blue Alliance, team 5900.
From the Whitfield County College and Career Academy, it's the Fighting Mongooses, sponsored by Dalton Whitfield Joint Development Authority, Dalton Utilities, High Tech Controls, Tennessee Valley Authority, Shaw Industries, and Novellus.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off and running as the bots are controlled by programming that the human students did on the side, outside of the field. Hopefully the robots are responding the way they're supposed to. If not, they'll go back and work on the programming and get it fixed. It's 6-2 coming out of autonomous. The first 15 seconds is the autonomous period, and now the human players have control of the action on the field. So the chaos you see under the sea, controlled by the human players on top of the barge. It's 13-3 as we're down to under 2 minutes left in the match. 5,900, the Fighting Mongooses. They're up at the coral zone. As 2974, Walton Robotics takes that coral and places it high atop the reef for 5 points. It's now 18-3 with 1:43 left to go as the Red Alliance bots trying to score. They drop it back down to the ocean floor with their piece of coral at 10:02. The Circuit Runner Robotics. Walton Robotics up at the coral zone collecting that piece of coral from the chute. They've got it in their possession heading to the reef, placing it high atop the reef will get them 5 points, and they do successfully as it's now 28-3 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Just under 1:20 left to go with 67-12. The Mountaineers with about the Warthog at the coral reef as well. 29-74 again, scoring high as we watch them move on the ocean floor. The camera view you see out here is from the ocean floor. The barge you see in the middle of the field sitting up on top of the surface of the water where they can process the algae, scoring points that way. All right, we're trying to build the reef up, trying to bring the aquatic life back into the environment. As we're down to 45 seconds left to go, it's 28 for the blue and 3 for the red in match number 3 of what will be 62 total qualifying matches this weekend. And the algae bouncing across the ocean floor, being moved by the currents as 2974 has one in their possession, dropping it into the processor for 6 more points on the Blue Alliance. The diver on the side picks up the algae, scores it in the net on top of the bars. There's 2 right there for the Blue Alliance. As it's 40-11 with under 13 seconds left to go. We're at the end game of 67-12 at the deep anchored cage. There's 2974 heading in that direction as well, but then they decide to head back towards the reef. As 5900 and 6712 are parked underneath the barge. That's worth 2 points for each. As the end of the match, it was 58-19. We'll wait till the referees and all the information is gathered together and we see the fish swimming on the reef to determine what the final score and who the victor was in match number 3. All right, the gate is opening. They're going to be releasing the fish onto the reef. And once again, it's the blue fish swimming across the coral reef as it's 62-21 with our current high score right now.
All right, going into match number 4. Starting on the Red Alliance with team 6023.
It's a family and community group from Atlanta, Georgia, the Disc Bot, sponsored by Novellus, NELA, Ball, FJ Foundation, DoD STEM, Google, and the Johnson STEM Activity Center.
Right in the middle, we have team 6705.
From Dunwoody High School in Dunwoody, Georgia, Wildcat 5E, sponsored by Vision Metals.
And right on the end, we have team 8849.
It's a family and community group as well from Alpharetta, Georgia, Storm Robotics, sponsored by NCS Partners, the Gene Haas Foundation, Rolex Industries, Lexus, Nexus, and Carrier.
On the Blue Alliance is team 6887.
From Dalton High School in Dalton, Georgia, it's the Dalton Catabot, sponsored by Dalton Utilities, the Greater Dalton Chamber, the Argosy Foundation, Gowan Mechanical, and Shaw Industries.
Joining them, team 1795.
From Carver Early College High School in Atlanta, Georgia, Carver Clutch, sponsored by our Legacy Investment Group, Vanderbilt Incorporated, the Argosy Foundation, Legacy Professional Services, and Comcast.
And completing the Blue Alliance, team 4459.
From Lithia Springs High School in Lithia Springs, Georgia, it's the Leotech, sponsored by Google. All right, please thank the Dalton Community Center for allowing us, the Convention Center for allowing us to be here. They provide these facilities and they provide the staff to help keep the facilities clean. If we can, please remember that the restrooms and other areas of the facility need to be treated with respect. I know I wouldn't want somebody to come into my house and damage or do other kind of vandalism or other acts that aren't appropriate inside of my facility or my house. So please talk to your teams and make sure they are respecting the facilities that we do have here. If not, we may have to shut them down. And we appreciate your cooperation in this matter. Thank you. And don't forget, while you're here, stop by the Shaw booth and the other vendors at Sponsors Row.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the robots are doing what they're programmed to do, hopefully, by the human. A robot that comes off of their starting position gains 3 points for their alliance. As the Red Alliance moved off of their starting position, they're in the lead, 3-0 coming out of Autonomous. Now the human players take control of the bots for 2 minutes and 15 seconds as they move to reseed the reef, picking up the coral. That's those cylindrical objects, the white cylindrical pieces that look like PVC pipes. So it's known as coral. The round spherical objects that you see on the coral or on the surface of the ocean floor, that's known as algae. They can score points by processing the algae in the processors on the side, shooting and scoring them in the net. They can gain ranking points by processing the algae on the side. The ranking points are very, very valuable when it comes to the standings at the end of the playoffs. Qualification matches, I'm sorry, as 60-23. That's the disc box. Places a piece of algae in the side processor. 6705 with a piece of coral in their possession at the reef zone. They're trying to place it on one of the branches or in the trough. If they can score it in the bottom trough, it'll be worth 2 points. If they can score it on the level 2 branch, that'll be worth 3. If they can score on the level 4 branch in the middle, that'll be worth 4 points. And if they can score on the top level 4 branch, that'll be worth 5 points for their alliance. As it's 23 for the Red Alliance with just under a minute to go in the matches. All right, we have some coral scored in the top on the barge in the net. That's worth 4 points for the Blue Alliance. It is now 29 for the Red and 4 for the Blue with 37 seconds left to go. 6705 and 6023. We're dancing around as the disc bots move to the coral station to pick up a piece of coral down the chute from the human player on the outside. There we go. Another one scored. One being scored high by the Red Alliance. That sonar sound indicates that we're under 20 seconds left to go in the match. As it's 39 for the Red and 8 for the Blue. The Blue Alliance has scored 2 pieces of coral. The Red Alliance scored 5. They've got the cooperation bonus. We've got a lot going on right now. With under 1 second left to go, that's the end of the match. And now we wait for the release of the fish onto the coral reef to tell us who was victorious in that match. All right, here we go with the release. And it is the Red Alliance with the fish swimming on the coral reef with a score of 47-22. The Red Alliance was awarded 3 ranking points for the victory.
All right, going into match number 5, starting on the Red Alliance with team 6905.
From Alpharetta High School in Alpharetta, Georgia, Raiders of the Ark Terabyte, sponsored by To-Do Robotics.
Right in the middle, we have team 4468.
From the Fernbank Science Center in Atlanta, Georgia, Lynx Robotics, sponsored by DeKalb County Schools, CTAE, Fraction Work, Tapestry Foundation, the Argosy Foundation, and the Gene Haas Foundation.
And right on the end, it's team 8761.
From Adairsville High School in Adairsville, Georgia, it's Tiger Bite, sponsored by Teen Logic, Magnet Foundation, and Shaw.
On the Blue Alliance is team 5608.
From Lassiter High School in Marietta, Georgia, Lassiter Robotics, sponsored by Colton State Properties, AIG, Intercontinental Exchange, and Lockheed Martin.
Joining them, team 4026.
From Decatur High School and the Family and Community Group in Decatur, Georgia, Decatur Robotics, sponsored by Lockheed Martin, Decatur Makers, the City of Decatur Police Department, Axon, and Novellus.
And completing the Blue Alliance, team 4112.
From South High School in Cumming, Georgia, it's the Eaglebot, sponsored by Snyder Electric, South High School, the Gene Haas Foundation, Molec, Sciencesco, and Automation Direct. And don't forget, while we get set up for this match, stop by the Shaw booth to pick up some free popcorn. Spin the wheel to win Shaw and learn about careers at Shaw. Also check out the other sponsors and vendors over there in Sponsor Row.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we're off and running and autonomous with the first 15 seconds. Programmed by the human players as 4112 moves off of its starting position to the reef and is trying to score that piece of coral on top. That'd gain them 7 points if they can complete that task in autonomous. No, and now the human players have control. That move that you just saw 4112 trying in will gain them 5 points now instead of 7 in autonomous. Now the human players again controlling this for 2 minutes and 15 seconds of chaos under the sea. As 4112 is bouncing off the coral reef, 5608 Lassiter Robotics got that piece of coral in their position, scoring it on branch number 2 for 3 points. 4112 trying to go high, it drops off into the trough. As it's 11 for the blue right now with 1:43 left to go in the match. 4112 moving on the ocean floor. 4026, the Decatur Robotics team. They're fighting the current under the sea right now. As 8761 parked underneath the barge. That'll gain them 2 points at the end of the match if they stay there. They're holding tight, expecting the cages anchored to the barge deep in the ocean. All right, 4026, the Decatur Robotics team. Fluffy still having trouble with the current as 5608 has coral in their possession, putting it on branch 2. That's worth 3 points for the Alliance as it's now 20 for the blue with 59 seconds left to go. The last 20 seconds of the match, they can score 36 points if they can grab hold of all 3 of the cages and pull themselves off of the ground, off of the ocean floor. 4112 trying to place that coral high atop the reef. It falls back down to the ocean floor. As we're under 37 seconds left to go, it's still 20 for the blue. As the Blue Alliance continues to move, watch them and see what they're going to do as one of the bots is at the coral station picking up some coral down the chute from the human diver on the outside. 5608. That's the Lassiter Robotics team going to try to place it on the second branch. That'll be worth 3 points as we're now under 20 seconds. That's what that sonar sound indicated. As 5608 parks itself in the barge zone right there. They're at that deep anchored cage. With 3 seconds left to go, it's 26 for the blue, and that ends the match. Once again, after the match is completed, we'll take a look at the big screen. They will release the fish out onto the reef. The color of the fish will be an indicator of who was victorious in that match. And right now we take a look at the big screen. We watch and we see that it is the blue fish swimming on the reef with the Blue Alliance 28 and the Red Alliance 2. The Red Alliance 8761. Even they had trouble with the current, were able to maintain their watch on the cages in the barge zone to gain 2 points for their alliance.
All right, we're going into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 6829.
It's a family and community group from Sewanee, Georgia. Ignite Robotics, sponsored by the Gene Haas Foundation, Scientific Gain, Nordson, and Delta.
On the middle, we have Team 5219.
Techno Squad.
Right on the end, we have Team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
On the blue lines, we have Team 7514.
Eve Robotics.
Joining them, Team 4701.
Team Wire.
And completing the blue lines, Team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And again, the first 15 seconds in match number 6 in Autonomous, as it is programmed to do what you see them doing right now, even if it's just standing still on the ocean floor fighting the ocean current. As they move away from their starting position, they gain 3 points. They can score a piece of coral. They can score anywhere from 3 to 7 points in Autonomous. And now the human players have control where the points drop. They can score from 2 to 5 points now on the coral. In the processor, they can score the algae. They can gain 6 points in each processor on the side. Can also score 4 points by placing the algae in the net on top of the barge. At the end of the match, they can possibly score up to 36 points for their alliance by pulling themselves off of the ocean floor by the cages, either anchored deep in the water like the Red Alliance or shallow in the water like the Blue. 1648 G3 Robotics with a piece of coral in their possession. They're at the trough. If they can get it in the trough, that'll be worth 2 points for their alliance. And it bounces out of the trough onto the ocean floor. 1648 picks them up another piece of coral. They're going to try it again. They're at the reef zone. They're at the coral reef right now. They've got that coral in their possession. Backing off, trying to get in position. Drop it into the trough. 2 points for the Red Alliance. That's it's 11-5. Make that 17-5 now in favor of the Red Alliance, with just over a minute left to go in the competition. The Blue Alliance bots picking up coral from the coral station on the side. When they go to the side, the human player on top of the surface of the ocean drops the coral down a chute onto the robot to place on the coral reef is 1648. Down at the trough one more time, dropping it in for another 2 points as it's 29-5 right now. A lot of action still taking place on the Red Alliance side of the field. That's 47-01. Team Wire trying to play defense to stop the Red Alliance from scoring those points on the reef. 1648 with that coral in their possession. They're trying to get up there, drop it into the trough for another 2 points as it's 31-5 with 22 seconds left to go. The Fighting Mongooses, they're at the barge. They're parked in the barge zone with 47-01 parked on the other side of the zone, underneath the shallow anchored cages. 1648 parked at the deep anchored cage for the Red Alliance. Each one of those bots parked in their barge zone worth 2 points at the end of the match for their alliance. That's the end of qualification match number 6 of what will be a total of 62 qualifying matches. We will be playing through match number 12 today. After match number 12, we will break for lunch and return for play this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Once again, match 12, we'll break for lunch, and match 13 will start up probably at 2 p.m. Don't forget to stop by the Shaw booth and visit the sponsors on Sponsor Row. Match number 6. Let's see which fish will be swimming on the reef. The Red Alliance swimming on the reef with a score. The Red Alliance was given 3 points for the victory and also awarded a barge point, ranking point. And the next voice you'll hear on the mic calling play-by-play will be Andrew Bowen.
All right, it's time to introduce match number 7, starting off the Red Alliance with team 4459.
The Leotechs.
Joining them, team 6705.
Wildcat 5E.
And completing the Red Alliance team, 36-35.
The Flying Legion.
On the Blue Alliance's team, 33-44.
The Space Dragons.
Joining them, team 10-3-7-6.
The Plutonium Panthers.
And completing the Blue Alliance team, 17-95.
Carver Clutch.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We have the first 15 seconds in autonomous mode. Remembering that the robot is driving its own self by the programming done by the schools and by the teams. And with that sound, we now begin the driver modes. Drivers will now take control of their robots. They are attempting to grab those pieces of coral, put them onto the reef. The higher they can get the coral, the more points they will receive in the match. Team 6705 now at the reef, trying to get their piece of coral there. We have Team 3635 scoring points for their alliance, the Flying Legion, with coral on the reef. 3605 with another score. That gets them 4 points at that level. The higher the coral goes, the more points the team will receive. The Flying Legion again with Calypso putting more coral onto the reef. The goal of the match, of course, is to get as many coral on the reef as possible as they reseed the coral. Even getting them into the trough is worth 2 points. If they can get algae on there, they can get that processed as well. They can receive points for that as well. 1 minute to go in the match. The current score of the Red Alliance with 28 points, scoring again in the match. And that one comes out of the trough, does not stay in the trough. If they get it to stay in the trough, it is still worth 2 points. Team 3635 again, the Calypso attempts to get more points into their alliance. We'll hear the sound of the sonar with 20 seconds remaining. We're now in the end game. It is in the end game where each team tries to put their robot back into the barge area to receive barge points. If they can get their robot to climb up on the anchor and get off the seafloor, then they will be able to receive extra barge points as well. And that's the end of the match. Unofficial score of 41-0. We'll see where that comes out in just a moment when they release the fish to tell us who is the winner of the match. And we're ready for the winner. Let's see which fish are released onto the reef. It is the redfish. Red Alliance wins. Red Alliance wins the match. They receive their ranking points for winning the match. Receiving 29 coral points and 4 barge points for getting their robot back to the barge.
And it's time to introduce match number 8, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 1002.
The Circuit Runners Robotics.
Joining them, Team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance team, 6712.
The Mountaineers.
On the Blue Alliance's team, 7676.
THS Robodogs.
On the Blue Alliance, joining them, team 6023.
The Discbots.
And completing the Blue Alliance team, 4112.
The Eaglebots.
All right, field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. We have the first 15 seconds in autonomous mode. That means the robot is doing what it is programmed to do. At least that is what is intended. Looks like all the robots did come off the barge area. That will earn their team's points. And with that, we have 2 minutes and 15 seconds with the drivers controlling the robots. We have Team 5608 receiving coral headed over to the reef to load that coral onto the reef. Across on the other side of the Blue Alliance, we have the same thing happening there. .5608, that's Lassiter Robotics. Karajan is loading points there for the Red Alliance. Team 6023, the disc bots are trying to process algae. Those large green spheres are algae, and by doing that, earning 6 points for their team. Team 5608 loading with another piece of coral, receiving 2 points for the Red Alliance. Team 6023 getting another piece of that algae removed from the Blue Alliance side, processing that algae into the area, receiving points for their team, for the Blue Alliance on this match. Team 6712 receiving coral into their robot, headed over to place it on the reef. Remembering that the higher that the piece of coral goes on the reef, the more points the Alliance will receive. 62-12. The Mountaineers are putting points on the board for the Red Alliance. 30 seconds remaining in the match. And 20 seconds remaining with the sound of the sonar means we're now moving to the end game. Remembering that the robots are going to be in the barge area. If they can lift themselves from the ocean floor onto those anchors that are hanging there from the barge, they will receive more barge points for their team if they can get into the barge area. And that's the end of the qualifying match. We await the results from the judges in just a moment. And let's see who the winners are for this qualifying match. It is the red team. Congratulations to the Red Alliance on winning that match with a score of 60-42. Red Alliance earns their 3 ranking points. Congratulations to the Mountaineers, Lasser Robotics, and Circuit Runners Robotics.
All right, going into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 4026.
The Decatur Robotics.
In the middle, we have Team 6944.
With Wobble the Wolverines.
Right on the end is Team 6905.
Buzz CBFT Raiders of the Ark.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 6829.
Magma from Ignite Robotics.
Joining them, Team 6887.
John Condon Dalton Catabots.
And completing the Blue Alliance, Team 10338.
The CHS Syrup Makers.
All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off this time. We got it going happening here. We are in autonomous mode. Robots are doing what they are programmed to do. And one of those things is to come off the starting line. We have 6887. The Dalton Catabots spinning around, and now the drivers take over and go live. All right, so we have 6844 and 6859. Ignite Robotics taking the coral, trying to get it into the reef. Team 4026, that's the Decatur Robotics, getting their coral up on the highest area of the reef. 6905 receiving coral from their human action over there. All right, number 6087 there at the reef. 6087 receiving Algae from the Reef. Number 4026 going to pick up Coral, but got it removed before they could get there. Human drivers are feeding Coral to their robots. Fluffy from the Decatur Robotics putting Coral into the trough, receiving 2 points for the Red Alliance. 2 more points for the Red Alliance. .30 seconds remaining in the match. Once we get to the 20-second mark, we will move to getting the robots back to the reef, or to the barge, excuse me. The sound of the sonar tells us that that is now the time for the end game, where the robots will attempt to get back to the barge area. If they're able to lift themselves from the seafloor, they will receive additional barge points by lifting themselves up onto the anchors. 5 seconds remaining in the match. And that will be the end of qualifier number 9. We await the decision of the judges in just a moment. And let's find out who the winner of this qualifying match is. It will be the Bluefish swimming into the reef for the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to Ignite Robotics, Dalton Catabots, and the CHS Syrup Makers. FRC teams, remember to go by the Shaw booth for some opportunities to register to win some awesome prizes. Also, you can get some free popcorn, spin the wheel, and get some Shaw swag items, and learn more about careers at Shaw Industries, one of our sponsors for today's event.
All right, going into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 9790.
From Victory Church of Christ, Robo Knight Seabiscuit.
Right in the middle, Team 4468.
Lynx Robotics, Otis.
And rounding out the alliance is Team 8849.
Storm Robotics, Claw.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 3329.
The Wildbots, Neptune.
With them, Team 8761.
Tiger Bites, Tiger Shark.
And diving with the Blue Alliance Team 3815.
The North Forsyth Raiders, the NF Raider.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off, and they begin the autonomous mode, the first 15 seconds, where they're following their programs, attempting to get off of the starting line. 3 seconds left in this mode. Red Alliance with 9 points already, Blue Alliance with 3 points. And the sound of the bell means that now the drivers take over. Team 3815, NF Raider, having some coral to put into their reef. They get it on that first level, so 2 points for the Blue Alliance from the work of NF Raider. They're attempting to put the coral there. 8849, Claw receiving coral from their human driver. The Wildbots Neptune from 3329 attempting to get coral on that reef as well. We have a 15-15 tie with 1:34 left in the match. Again, Claw receiving that coral, ready to put points on the board for the Red Alliance. NF Raider and Neptune for the Blue Alliance with coral ready to score. "60 seconds remaining in the match. Qualifier number 10 of 62. And with that, 8849, Claw gets the full 5 points available to them for putting coral on top of the reef. And NF Raider placing coral onto the reef for 2 points. And the sound of the sonar means we are now in the end game, the final 20 seconds, where the robots will attempt to make their way back to the barge area and potentially hang from those anchors that are located there in the center. And that's the end of the qualifying match number 10. Unofficial score of 25-35, awaiting the final decision of the judges and the referees. And we have the final results of this qualifying match. The blue team wins qualifying match number 10, score of 29-39, 39 for the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to Wildbots, Tiger Bite, and North Forsyth Raiders.
Teams, remember, lunch is after match 12. After match 12, that's 2 more matches.
All right. Right over here on the Red Alliance for this next match. First up, we have Team 6919.
Fish instead of Seahorse, the Commodores.
Right in the middle, we have Team 36 35.
From the Flying Legion, Calypso.
And right on the end, we have team 6023.
The Disc Bots bring us Manta.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 2974.
Walton Robotics with Watergate.
Joining them, team 1648.
G3 Robotics, the Dancing Queen.
And diving with the Blue Alliance, team 7514.
Eve Robotics, DJ 24. Teams remember, as we are 2 matches away from lunch, when we do head to lunch, that we remember to respect and take care of this facility at the Dalton Convention Center, which has been so gracious to allow us to host this event today.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we begin with the first move here. Team 6919, the Commodores have placed a coral on the reef at the highest possible level, earning them additional points in autonomous mode of 7 points to begin the match. And the sound of the bell means that the drivers take over the robots. Again, we have 6023 Manta attempting to get the algae and process the algae, which they then do place into the, there it goes, into the algae feeder and processes that for 6 points for their alliance. And over on the Blue Alliance, Dancing Queen ready to receive coral from their human counterpart. 2974 Watergate placing algae on the highest level there. Placing coral on the highest level of the reef for 5 points for the Blue Alliance. We have more algae being processed again. 6023 Manta receiving that algae, taking it to the processing area. Every time they do that, they are receiving additional points for their alliance. Under 1 minute remaining in the match. Calypso moving to the other side of the ocean floor onto the blue side. The Commodores loading their coral. And Watergate again lifting coral onto the highest area of the reef for another 5 points for the Blue Alliance. With 20 seconds remaining, we're at 84-88. Which I believe is about the highest scoring match we've had all day so far. We are now in the end game where we will have the robots attempt to come back to the barge area, and some of them will maybe even attempt to swing up from the ocean floor. 5 seconds remaining in the match. And all three teams get back to the barge. We have a score of 90-90, waiting on the official word from judges and referees.
And once again, don't forget we will be breaking for lunch.
And we have the winner. It is the red team winning that match. Congratulations to the Commodores, the Flying Legion, and Discbots. Final score of 96-94. That gives us a new high score for an alliance with these three teams. They received all three of their ranking points as well as receiving an automatic or an autonomous ranking point for placing coral onto the reef in autonomous mode.
And don't forget, we will be breaking for lunch after match number 12, the next match coming up. We will be breaking for lunch after that, returning to match number 13 at 2 o'clock. If you're in match number 13, you will need to be ready to go at 2 o'clock, which means you should be in the queuing area at 1:45. Once again, after this next match, we will be breaking for lunch, returning for play at 2 o'clock.
All right, going into our next match, starting off on the Red Alliance, we have Team 6887.
John Condon from the Catabots.
Right in the middle, we have Team 4701.
C. Carrot from Team Wire.
And right on the end, we have Team 3344.
Dory from the Space Dragons.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4112.
The Celia Bot with the Eagle Bots.
Joining them, Team 4459.
Scrappy from Leotex.
And diving with the Blue Alliance team, 5219.
Squilliam by Techno Squad.
Teams, please remember, this is the last match before lunch. Matches will resume after lunch at 2 p.m.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. All right, drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we begin match number 12, the last match before we go to our lunch break. Of course, we are in our 20-second autonomous mode, where robots will move off of the starting grid and into the ocean floor. And the sound of the bell means that the drivers will now take over their robots. Again, attempting to get that coral into the reef. The higher that they can get that coral to seed on the reef, the more points their team, their alliance will receive. And we have a Blue Alliance team getting 2 points in for their team, for their alliance, as they get coral into the trough. If they get it into the trough anywhere, they do get 2 points for that. Also, if they can get the algae to the processing center, they receive additional points for that as well. And the Blue Alliance about, just missed getting 5 points for the Blue Alliance. The Celia bot was very close to helping them get those points. And they did receive 2 points for it falling into the trough, and so they will get those 2 points. I believe that one fell out of the trough over on the Blue Alliance side. 30 seconds remaining in the match. And the sound of the sonar means we are entering the end game, where the teams will attempt to now get their robots back to the barge area, receiving additional points if they are able to suspend their robot off of the ocean floor on the anchors that are there. 5 seconds remaining in the match. And that will be the end of the final qualifying match prior to our lunch break. Current score of 5-12. We'll await the final scores as given to us by the judges and the referees in just a moment. While we are waiting on these results, reminder that if you are in match number 13, that is 8761, 6705, 5608, 3815, 10338, or 6712, you are to be back in the queuing area by 1:45. Be sure you are there by 1:45 so that we can begin promptly at 2 o'clock following our lunch break. Also, as you head to the lunch areas in just a moment after we have the winner of this match, remember that we are thankful for the use of the facilities by the Dalton Convention Center. We want to make sure we're taking care of their facilities. So please be sure that you're showing the proper respect for the facilities so that we can continue to have this wonderful event here at the Dalton Convention Center. As we await the scores, team 52-19 is receiving a yellow card and a minor foul for touching their controls during the autonomous period. So team 52-19 receives a yellow card for touching their controls during the autonomous period, which is regarded as a minor foul. And we have a winner. The end of qualifying match number 12, the blue team wins. The Bluefish are swimming across the reef. Congratulations to the Eaglebots, the Leotechs, and Techno Squad for winning this match. Each team receiving 3 ranking points, again 59-12, or 52-19, excuse me, with a yellow card penalty. And with that, we enter our lunch break period. Again, if you are in one of the 2 o'clock qualifying matches, team 8761, 6705, 5608, or 3815, 10338, or 6712, please be in the queuing area by 1:45 for your 2 o'clock match at number 13. We will be back at 2 o'clock with qualifying match number 13 and to finish out the rest of our day. Enjoy your lunch break.
lines here. Not go online though. Yeah, there you go. Just do it if the software's open. The software should be open. Or video should be open.
All right, if you're in match number 12 and you're in the stands, you need to be on the field, not in the stands.
All right, we are coming back from lunch with match number 13. Starting on the Red Alliance, we have Team 3815.
The North Forsyth Raiders.
Right in the middle, we have Team 10338.
The Cairo High School Syrup Maker.
And right on the end, it's Team 6712.
The Mountaineers.
And on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 8761.
Tiger Bite.
Next up is Team 6705.
Wildcat 5E.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, it's Team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
Looks like some final things are happening on the field before we get going into match number 13. Remember, this is match number 13 of a total of 62 matches. Remember to be looking and scouting during these next couple matches, especially as we get into Saturday, because this will help going into the Alliance selection. So pay attention to robots' performance and how they're doing and how they best complement your robot and how your robot could help complement an Alliance.
And don't forget, while you're in the stands or while you're going to and from the pits, stop by Sponsors Row. Check out the Shaw booth. Check out the Tennessee Aquarium, the Dalton Steak Ale, the vendors over there. Don't forget to stop by the Shaw booth for some free popcorn. Register to win a Nintendo Switch and a Bamboo Lab A1 Mini 3D printer. They also have some good swag when you spin the wheel at the Shaw booth.
All right, we're waiting for one more robot and then we'll get started with this match. Currently right now, we have the number currently ranked 4 team, 10-338, and the number 6 ranked team, 6712, going against on the Blue Alliance. Currently ranked number 7, team 6705, and ranked currently number 8, team 5608. All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 13 coming out of lunch. First match of what will be 44, what we're looking for today. Looking for match number 44 today. That will end our qualification today, and then we'll go into the Ice Cream Social this evening. Match number 13, finishing with Autonomous. The human players now have control of the chaos on the ocean floor. As 10-3-38, the Syrup Maker team, they're at the reef. They're trying to score. They're moving along. They're playing defense against 6705, the Wildcat 5E team. As 38-15, the North Forsyth Raiders are up on the reef. They've got that piece of coral in their possession. That's that white cylindrical tube looking thing. They've placed it on the second level. That's worth 3 points right now as the Blue Alliance is leading 12-11 over the Red with 1:40 left to go in the match. There's 5608. 5608 is running around. They're going to try to place that coral. Looks like they're heading for branch 3. It could be branch 2. It falls into the trough. That's worth 2 points for the Blue Alliance. Scoring in the trough, the low portion of the reef there. That's worth 2 points. On that level 2, that level 2 branch, that's worth 3 points. In the middle, that level 3 branch, that's worth 4 points. And if they can get it all the way on top, like the Alliance did just then for the Red, they gain 5 points, as it's now 23-14 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now, with 1 minute left to go in the competition. 6712 spinning around at the coral zone, picking up coral. As 5608, the Lassiter Robotics team running around the reef under the ocean. All right, looks like 10-3-38. The Syrup Maker team playing defense there on the ocean floor as 5608. Once again, Carrigan, they're looking to score, and they have. 6705, the Wildcat team tripping over themselves. They're a tripping hazard. All right, as 6705 now down at the coral zone, picking up some coral from the human player on the side. That sound means we're down to under 20 seconds left to go. There's a potential for 36 total points here if they can all score off of the deeply anchored cage. Right now you see all the anchors currently on the cages in the shallow position for the Blue Alliance. Right now the bots that move up into that blue taped area and red taped area, that gets 2 points apiece for the Alliance as they're considered to be parked in the barge zone. As the match comes to an end, we'll wait for the fish to swim on the coral reef to tell us who it is that's victorious in this match. And they're getting ready to release the fish out onto the reef, and it is the Blue Alliance. Fish swimming in the ocean as it's the score of 49-26 in that match. The Blue Alliance gaining 3 ranking points for the victory. All right, now please take a look at the big screen from a word from one of our sponsors, Shaw.
All right, going into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 1795.
Carver Clutch.
Right in the middle, it's Team 4026.
Decatur Robotics.
And right on the end is Team 9770.
The Robo Knights.
And starting in Blue Alliance, it's the current #1 seed, Team 6919.
The Commodores.
And following is Team 6905.
Raiders of the Ark Terabyte.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, it's Team 2974.
Walton Robotics.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the butts are off in autonomous. What you see is what they've been programmed to do. If they come off of the line, they get 3 points. If they can score coral, they get 3 points. If they can score coral, they get 7 if they can get it up there on that top branch. They can also get a ranking point for all 3 bots moving off of their starting position and scoring coral. Those ranking points are valuable. As we come out of autonomous, it's the Blue Alliance 16. All right, the human players have control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds of controlled chaos on the ocean floor as they search for coral, pick it up and place it on the reef to seed the reef. They also pull the algae, trying to process the algae. The algae are those round spherical objects that you see. They're kind of blue-green in color. They try to process that. If they can put it in a processor on the side of the field, they'll gain 6 points. Like we see the Blue Alliance do. If they can score on the top of the coral reef there, they'll gain 5 points right now for each piece of coral. The coral is those cylindrical looking objects that are white in color. They kind of look like PVC pipe. But that's actually coral, folks. And there goes the Blue Alliance bot. 69-19, scoring high. As Walton Robotics also moves over to pick up a piece of coral and head towards the reef. They've got it in their possession, trying to score high. It drops off down into the ocean floor. All the blue bots moving around as Walton Robotics has it in their possession. They're going up to the 2nd level, 3rd level there. That's worth 4 points for their alliance. It is now 66 for the Blue Alliance with 1 minute left to go. As the Red Alliance places their first piece of coral on top, 40-26. The Decatur Robotics team scores 5 points as it's 74-5 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now with 47 seconds left to go. 97-70, the Robo Knights. They're over there at the coral station collecting that coral from the human diver player on the side who's up on top of the barge, on top of the sea. Sending that down the chute to the robots so they can seed that reef. There goes 40-26, the Decatur Robotics team. They're placing that coral somewhere on the reef. They got 2 more points there as it's now 88-7 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We're down to 20 seconds. That's the end game, folks. That sound means that the bots can come in like 69-19 is doing right there. Pick themselves up off the bottom of the ocean floor. Using that deep chain that's anchored to the floor, they can pull themselves up off the floor. If they can stay there, that'll be worth 12 points. You see the currents rocking and rolling, and that bot could be touching the floor of the ocean. If the bot does touch the floor of the ocean, that will negate all of the 12 points. All right, that's the end of qualifying match number 14 as we await for the fish to swim on the reef. We could have a possible high score. We'll just wait and see. Just wait and see. And while we're waiting for the fish to be released onto the reef, don't forget to stop by the Shaw booth and Sponsors Row to check out the sponsors and all the information they have here. All right, here we go with the score. What color fish are going to be released? It looks like it is the bluefish being released onto the coral reef as we have a score of 123-19. The new high score for the event here in match number 14. And in this match, we had 3 ranking points for the victory. We have 1 ranking point for scoring more than 14 points on the barge, and they also, in autonomous, was able to gain their ranking point for all of their bots leaving the starting position and scoring at least 1 piece of coral on the reef. Match number 14 of what eventually will be 62 qualifying matches. Again, we are playing through match number 44 today before we break for the evening and have our ice cream social.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce this next match. Starting on the Red Alliance with Team 10-3-76.
The Plutonium Panthers.
Right in the middle, Team 69-44.
The Wolverine.
Right on the end, Team 76-76.
The THS Robo-Dogs.
And on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 8849.
Storm Robotics.
Followed by Team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, it's Team 6829.
Ignite Robotics.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in. There we go. Behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off in autonomous in match number 15. I'll get my numbers straight and learn how to count. All right, they're moving in autonomous. What you see is what they're programmed to do, even if it is to stand still on the ocean floor. Now the human players have control of the box, and they'll be taking over for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And 68-29 is up against the reef. They got a piece of coral in their possession, raising it up real high as their alliance partner does the same on the opposite side of the coral reef. That's 5 points apiece for each one of those as the Blue Alliance takes the lead with 20. The Red Alliance, they're moving around 69-44 at the reef zone, trying to get into position to score. They've got the reef, they got the coral in their possession. They can score it in the trough worth 2. They can score it on the second branch at the bottom worth 3 points. they get it in the middle, that's worth 4. And if they go all the way up to the top like it looks like they're trying to do right now, if 69-44, the Wolverines can do that, they'll gain 5 points for their alliance there. Keep an eye on them as we look over to 88-49, who's bouncing off of the reef and dancing with their other Blue Alliance partners. 68-29, the Ignite Robotics teams has that coral in their possession. They're up against the reef zone. They've raised it up high and scored 5 more points for the Blue Alliance. Score is now 37 for the Blue with 1:08 left to go in the match. 10-3-76 was at the coral zone looking for a piece of coral. It fell into their bot as they try to maneuver around. 88-49, bouncing off the reef. Storm Robotics holding steady at the reef zone as their alliance partner 68-29. Ignite Robotics scores as it's 42-20 with 30 seconds left to go in the match. 76-76, that's the Robo Dogs. They're over there playing defense on the Blue Alliance side of the ocean floor. 69-44, looking for another piece of coral. It falls into the robots away from the chute now. That sound means there's under 20 seconds left to go, and the bots can park underneath the barge for 2 points. They can pull themselves off the ocean floor using the cages that are anchored to the bottom of the barge for various amounts of points. There's a total of 36 possible, as the 3 red bots get 2 points apiece for parking under the barge. 68-29 as well. As long as a part of their robot is inside or on that tape, they will gain 2 points for their alliance. That's the end of qualifying match number 15 of what will be a total of 62 during the qualification matches this weekend. Once again, we will be going through match number 44 today. After match number 44, we will have our ice cream social. And they're getting ready to release the fish out onto the reef. So take a look. It looks like it's going to be the blue fish swimming again, with the Blue Alliance winning with a score of 51-6 over the Red Alliance. That's qualifying match number 15 of 62 as we await the arrival of the teams for match number 16.
All right. Going into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 10-02.
The Circuit Runners.
Right in the middle, Team 41-12.
Eaglebots.
Right on the end, Team 6705.
Wildcat 5E.
And on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 60-23.
The Disc Quads.
Next up is Team 33-29.
The Wild Bots.
And polishing out the Blue Alliance, it's Team 44-68.
Lynx Robotics.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Drivers. Yeah. All right. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we're off and running in the autonomous mode right now as the robots are being programmed by the human players to do what you see them doing right now. First 15 seconds of the match, that is called the autonomous period. Now the human players take over control of the bots. The 6705, the Wildcat 5E has Peace Coral in their possession, and they're going to try to score it. If they score it on the bottom level of that reef, they get 3 points. They score it in the middle where they're at right now, they gain 4. If they can get all the way up there to the top, they'll gain 5 points. As it's 6-6 right now in favor of both teams. All right, 6705 backs away from the reef and drops the coral down on the ocean floor as 4468 is up against the reef right now. There goes a piece of algae into the net on the barge. That's worth 4 points for the Alliance. It's now 12-10 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:33 left to go in this match. It's 60-23. That's the disc bots. They're over there with the algae in their possession. It bounces off the wall back down to the ocean floor as now 60-23 approaches the algae on the reef. They're going to try to collect it. Let's see what they do with it. They let it drop to the ocean floor as well as 6705 bounces off the reef. 4112 there. They're at the reef zone right there. They're looking for something to do as the other member of the Alliance is trying to score on the reef as well. 60-23 and 33-29 dancing around the reef along with their Alliance partner 4468 Lynx Robotics, who are currently at the reef zone. Right now they've got a piece of coral in their possession, bounces off the reef back onto the robot. They'll have to see if they can get that off. It's 41-12. Scores 1 highs. It's 19-14 in favor of the Red Alliance. Now 41-12 dancing around the field with 10:02, 6705 spinning to the right into the coral zone right now, trying to get that piece of coral down to shoot from the player on the outside. It bounces onto the robot down onto the ocean floor. Now there goes 4468. That's the Lynx Robotics team. They're down to the coral zone as well as we're under 20 seconds left to go. 6705 in the barge zone park along with 60-23 and 33-29. That's worth 2 points for their Alliance as all 3 of the bots get in there for the Red Alliance. 4468 trying to get around the reef. They get headed towards the barge and they don't make it as time runs out. And we're going to wait now and find out who it was that was victorious in that match by watching what fish they are gets released onto the reef. All right, let's see what color fish come out onto the reef this time. It looks like it's the red fish coming out on the reef, swimming around there. On the screen, you see that with a score of 31-21. The Red Alliance was awarded 3 of them their ranking points for the victory.
All right. Next match starting on the Red Alliance. We have Team 5608.
And Lassiter Robotics.
Right in the middle, Team 10338.
On CHS Syrup Maker.
And right on the end is Team 4459.
Leotags.
And on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 4026.
We got Decatur Robotics.
And their alliance partner, Team 3815.
North Forsyth Raiders.
And polishing out the Blue Alliance, it's Team 1648.
G3 Robotics there.
All right, it looks like we have all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we're in match number 17, autonomous. The first 15 seconds there, controlled by the human players programming. It's what they're supposed to do automatically. Sometimes it works and sometimes it don't. Sometimes it's just programmed to just stay still, which is what some of them are doing right now. But now that that's over with and the Blue Alliance is coming out with a 6-0 lead, we have the human players taking over with 2 minutes and 15 seconds of control under the water. As 10-3-38 is playing defense on the Red Alliance, trying to keep them from scoring that coral on that reef. They can get high on the coral, that'll be worth their 5 points. If they can score low on the coral, that's worth 3. If they can get it in the middle, that's worth 4. Dropping it in the trough at the bottom of the coral just is worth 2 points. It's 56-08. That's their last robotic team. They just scored 3 points for their alliance with that. Now it looks like they're working, and 56-08 is looking to try to get a piece of algae off of the coral reef. It's 38-15 now at the coral zone. They've got coral in their possession, dropping it on the low branch, worth 3 points for their alliance there. And there's the other Blue Alliance. 16-48 G3 Robotics there. They're trying to get it up high and score 5 points for their alliance. Right there, 5 points right there for G3 team right there. There's 40-26, the Decatur Robotics team. They're under the barge right there at the deeply anchored cage right there, trying to check it out, make sure it's secure enough for them to utilize possibly there at the end of the match in the last 20 seconds where they try to raise themselves off of the ocean floor. All right, we got 56-08 at the coral zone, receiving that piece of coral down the chute from the diver up top. As they come over, they're going to try to score. 56-08 looking to place that coral into the coral reef. They're still trying to get into position. It looks like they're going to put it on the low end, but it falls into the trough. That trough point there is worth 2 points there for them. It's 38-15. That'd be the North or South Raiders over there. They're scoring low for 3 points on their alliance, as it's 61 for the blue and 14 for the red. 40-26. They're down at the bottom of the ocean, checking out the cage right there on the deeply anchored cage from the barge. That last 20 seconds of the match is what that sound means right there, as 40-26 grabs hold of that cage, pulls themselves off the ocean floor. That's worth 12 points for their alliance if they can stay up. Anchored low, they gain 12 points. If they're shallow anchored, they gain 6. But remember, they have to stay completely off the ocean floor in order to gain those 12 points. But 40-26 fighting the current, got knocked off of the cage there at the end of the match. As we wait to see what's going to happen here in match number 17, we'll wait for the fish to be released to tell us who was victorious in this match and what the final outcome of the scoring will be. All right, here we go in that match number 17. It looks like going to be released out onto the reef. It's the Bluefish one more time as the Bluefish swim on the reef with a score of 77-14. Our current high score for the event, 123 their points were scored in match number 14. All right, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mr. Andrew Bowen to call some of the matches coming up. All right. Take it away.
let's go into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 6944.
The Wolverines.
Right in the middle, it's Team 6887.
With John Condon, the Dalton Catabots.
And right on the end, we have Team 5900.
With Nautilus, the Fighting Mongooses.
And on Blue Lions, it's Team 7676.
The THS Robo Dogs.
Next up on Blue Lions, it's Team 9770.
Seabiscuit by Robo Knights.
And rounding out the Blue Lions, it's Team 6905.
Buzz CBFT from Raiders of the Ark Terabyte.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And with that, they begin. All three teams from both alliances in autonomous mode, ready to move off the line to earn points for their pre-programmed robots. And with that sound, drivers take over the robots now, moving through the field. 5900 ready to receive that first piece of coral, or that first piece of, yes, coral to put on the reef. Robots maneuvering around the field. We do have a piece of coral in the reef in the trough there on the red side. And 5900 putting the reef into the trough to receive 2 points, or the coral in the trough, receive 2 points for the Red Alliance. Current score 8-3 in favor of the Red Alliance. Something like that, 9-8. Now the Blue Alliance picking up some more points. The Wolverines now trying to get that coral up on the top row, but does not make that, so they do not get those points for the Red Alliance. The Catabots trying to get that piece of algae from the reef. They can get that piece of algae from the reef and get it over to the processing area. They will receive points for their alliance. 69-44, the Wolverines once again trying to get that coral on that top row, and successfully so. That's going to be 5 points for the Red Alliance. 30 seconds remaining in the match. Continuing to move around the floor and getting ready for that end game portion of the match and about the 20-second mark. Sonar sound reminds us that we are now at the end of toward the end of the match, where all 3 robots will attempt to get back to the barge area and receive points for being in the barge area when the match has concluded. 5 seconds remaining in the match. 5900 gets into the area, as is 6887, and that will be the end of qualifying match number 18. Current preliminary score of 19-9. We'll await the final result from the judges and the officials. And let's see which release, the fish release of the red fish. That means the Red Alliance wins with a score of 23-11. The Red Alliance has won. Congratulations to the Fighting Mongooses, the Catabots, and the Wolverines. The Red Alliance receiving the 3 ranking points for their teams.
All right. right, going into match number 19, starting on the Red Alliance with team 4701.
Sea Carrot by Team Wire.
Right in the middle, team 6829.
Magma by Ignite Robotics.
And right on the end is team 2974.
Watergate by Walton Robotics.
And starting on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 10376.
The Purple Panther by the Plutonium Panthers.
Next up, it's Team 4468.
Otis by Link Robotics.
And polishing off the Blue Alliance, it's Team 1002.
Ghost by Circuit Runners Robotics.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off in autonomous mode, and they move off of their starting line in order to gain points for what they have been pre-programmed to do. Number 6829, Ignite Robotics, is out there near the coral area. And with that sound, drivers take over the robots now as they move around the ocean floor. We have 6928 extended high above. We see 2974 Walton Robotics over there in the red coral area. I believe that is the Plutonium Panthers over on the blue side, trying to get coral into the area of the trough. Circuit Runner Robotics trying to get that high point value for putting coral on top of the reef, much the way that I believe Ignite Robotics did here on the red side. And Circuit Runner Robotics is again attempting to get that point value the highest it can be, which is 5 points if they put a piece of coral on the top row of the reef. Now we see 2974 Walton Robotics trying to pick up a piece of algae and get it to one of our processor areas. 6829, excuse me now. That's Ignite Robotics with a piece of coral trying to get it into the reef area. On the highest level, they are unsuccessful with that shot. They missed that one. With just under a minute remaining in the match. Score of 8-9 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Very match that's very close in points at the moment. .6829 with a piece of coral headed for the reef area. And they are successful to get that piece of coral onto the reef by Ignite Robotics, giving 5 points to the Red Alliance. That sonar sound means we are now in the final end game time. 1629 does that again for the Red Alliance. Now the bots will begin to move toward the barge zone so that they can be in that area when the timer goes off and receive those points. Last minute attempt by the Ignite Robotics team is unsuccessful there at the end. We have an unofficial score of 18-9. We will await the final word from the judges and the officials. And the final scores are in. And in qualifying match number 19, the Red Alliance wins. Congratulations to Walton Robotics, Ignite Robotics, and Team Wire for a score of 20-15. Qualifying match number 20 will begin in just a moment.
All right, going into our next match, starting off with currently ranked number 1, it's Team 6919.
Fish from the Commodores.
Right in the middle, we have Team 3329.
Neptune by Wildbots.
And rounding out the alliance is Team 7514.
DJ24 by Eve Robotics.
And on the blue lines, it's Team 1795.
Carter Clutch.
Next up, it's Team 3635.
Calypso by the Flying Legion.
And polishing out the blue lines, it's Team 8761.
Tiger Shark by Tiger Bite.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off, 15 seconds in autonomous mode. All three teams are moving around. 69-19, the Commodores, first place ranked team, put a piece of coral on the top row. Almost got their second, but definitely got the first one there. That earns them 7 points in autonomous mode. That sound of the bell means it is time for the drivers to take over the robots. Neptune by Wildbots gets a piece of coral on the Red Alliance reef. The Flying Legion of 3635 attempts to get those pieces of algae from the reef and get them to the processing station to earn points for their alliance. (69-19) again, the Commodores, currently ranked first, are placing coral on that very top row of the reef, earning 5 points for every piece of coral you see seated on that top row. Bonus points are awarded if they put coral on every level of the reef. Over on the Blue Alliance side, we're putting coral into the robot to get it back to the reef. Current score of 37-19 as we approach the 1 minute mark remaining in the match. 62 seconds remaining at this time. Commodores now getting things on the second level as the Wildbots place a piece of coral on the bottom row. Earn points for the Red Alliance. On the Blue Alliance side, they put a piece of coral on the second row. I believe that was the Flying Legion, currently ranked 4th. As we approach the 30-second mark to go in the match. And the Commodores get a third piece of coral on the lower level now. And that sound, of course, gives us the last 20 seconds as we head to the end game, as the teams try to get their bots back into the barge zone. 5 seconds remaining, and getting a little help there from their friends to get the blue bots there. And the Commodores have lifted their robot off of the ground with a current score of 62-38. We'll await the final results from the judges and the officials. And the results are in for match number 20. And the winner, the Red Alliance. Congratulations to E Robotics the Wildbots and the Commodores. The final score 78-38. The red team receiving their ranking points for winning the match, and then also receiving barge points. Currently, the Commodores remain ranked first place.
All right, it's time for match number 21 on the Red Alliance. Starting off with team 6712.
Warthog from the Mountaineers.
Joining them, team 5219.
Squilliam by Techno Squad.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 6905.
Buzz CBFT from Raiders of the Ark Terabyte.
And on the Blue Lions, it's team 3344.
Dory by the Space Dragons.
Next up, it's 8849.
Claw by Storm Robotics.
Followed by team 4026.
Fluffy from Decatur Robotics.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off in autonomous mode. 67-12 is moving across the field for the Red Alliance. Looks like the Storm Robotics team is moving across the field as well for the Blue Alliance. And at the sound of the bell, the drivers take over the robots, and we have action. Everyone moving across the field. The Blue Alliance, 88-49. Storm Robotics getting a piece of coral to go on the reef at the very top row. That's going to be 5 points for their alliance. Team 40-26 Decatur is attempting to also see some coral there at the bottom row of the reef. The Mountaineers working to put a piece of coral on the reef. That's like at about the second level, perhaps, maybe the first level. Does not make that attempt. They will, of course, try again to seed some coral on the multiple levels of the reef. Looking over at the blue side, at the blue reef, they have got 2 pieces of coral at the top row. Those are worth 5 points each. The higher they get that coral to go on the reef, the more points they earn for their alliance. The Mountaineers get a piece to go there. It's stuck on the piece of algae. Not sure that it is on the actual peg there that it's to go on. So we'll see how the judges score that piece of coral. Going for another one there, and that falls into the trough, not making its intended target, but still worth 2 points to the Red Alliance from the work of the Mountaineer robot Warthog. Just under 40 seconds to go in the match. And the Mountaineers get another piece of coral to go there on their reef, giving them that second level, giving them 4 points for putting coral there. Sound of the sonar means we're under 20 seconds. We're now in the end game where each team will try to get back to the wharf area. Looks like the Mountaineers are trying to raise themselves onto that lower level. They will not be able to accomplish that, but they're working toward that goal. That is the end of the match with a red robot and a blue robot both in the barge area. Currently showing a score of 8-3 to the Blue Alliance, but we'll await the final results from our judges and officials. And we are ready for announcing our winner. The winner of match number 21 are the Bluefish, the blue team. Blue Alliance wins. Congratulations to the Space Dragons, Storm Robotics, and Decatur Robotics. Final score of 10-5. At this time, we would ask everyone to please direct your attention to the big screen as we hear from one of our sponsors here in town, Dalton State College.
All right, thank you to our amazing sponsor at Dalton State. Let's go ahead and introduce these teams, starting on the Red Alliance with team 10-3-38.
The Cairo High School Syrup Makers.
Right in in the middle, Team 1648.
From D3 Robotics, Wellerman.
And right on the end, it's Team 4468.
Otis from Lynx Robotics.
And moving on to the blue line, starting at Team 7676.
The THS Robo-Dogs.
Next up, it's Team 4459.
Scrappy by Leotex.
And rounding out the blue lines, it's Team 5900.
Nautilus by the Fighting Mongooses.
Make sure today, while you're going through your day here at the Dalton Qualifier, make sure you go check out our amazing sponsor, Shaw. They have a lot of amazing stuff there, including their popcorn machine. They're also doing giveaways there. So make sure you go over there. You have an opportunity to get some free popcorn and also to possibly win a Bamboo Lab printer, some Sony noise-canceling headphones, or even a Nintendo Switch V2. So go on by and check out our amazing sponsors at Shaw, as well as all of our sponsors here at the Dalton Qualifier event. All right, it looks like we have all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off, 15 minutes in autonomous mode. The robots are doing their programmed work, which may just be to leave the starting position. 1 second remaining in autonomous mode. That's the end of autonomous mode. With the sound of the bell, drivers now may begin driving the robots. We have motion across the field. And we have G3 Robotics, Wellerman, getting 5 points for the Red Alliance right out of the gate. We have team 4468, that's Lynx Robotics, getting a piece of coral to take it over to the reef. G3 Robotics, again, putting a 5-point piece of coral on the reef. And they are ready for another piece there. They lost the coral off of their machine. They pick it back up. They're headed right back to the starting point. 5,900, the Fighting Mongooses, attempting to get a piece of coral for 2 points, but it bounces out. They're unable to keep it in there. Bounced off of another piece, ricocheted off a little bit there. The Red Alliance getting a 3rd piece of coral on the top row of the reef, which is worth 5 points for each of those that you see. And they're going for their 4th one now. And they get that. So G3 Robotics putting a 4th piece of coral there. Lynx Robotics attempting to get the coral into the trough as we go under a minute left in this matchup. Matchup number 22 of 62 for the weekend. 5,900, the Mongooses trying to get another piece there in the trough. Coming up just short on that attempt. And Lynx Robotics getting a piece of coral into the trough on the red reef side. G3 Robotics trying to get that another piece of coral on the top row of the reef for another 5 points for the Red Alliance. That sound of the sonar means that we are now in the final stages of the match, where each team will attempt to get their robot back into the barge zone. Getting back into that zone will be worth points for their alliance. All 3 red robots are in that area. 5,900 makes their way in for the Blue Alliance. And that's the end of qualifier number 22. Preliminary score 31-7. We will await the final score from the officials. All right, and the fish are swimming. Let's see which fish have been released. The end of that match says the red fish are released. Therefore, the red team, the Red Alliance. Congratulations to Lynx Robotics, G3 Robotics, and the Syrup Makers. Final score of the match, 37-11 for the Red Alliance. At this time, we would like to announce the Day 1 Safety All-Star. The Day 1 Safety All-Star is Alexander Mester from Team 5900 of the Fighting Mongooses. Congratulations to Alexander Mester for being the Day 1 Safety All-Star.
All right, going into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 6705.
Tripping Hazard from Wildcat 5E.
In the middle, we have Team 3329.
Neptune by the Wildbots.
And rounding out the alliance is Team 6887.
John Condon by the Dalton Catabots.
And on the Blue Lions, it's Team 1002.
Ghost by Circuit Runners Robotics.
Followed by Team 3815.
NF Raider from the North Forsyth Raiders.
And polishing out the Blue Lions, it's Team 6829.
Magma from Ignite Robotics.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off in autonomous mode. First 15 seconds, excuse me. This match will have the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance has the second-ranked team of the afternoon, Magma, and the third-ranked team on the Red Alliance is Tripping Hazard. And that sound with the bell means drivers now take over the robots, and they are now moving across the ocean floor as they attempt to get that coral up on the reef. The Wildbots Neptune is attempting to take that piece of algae from the reef and take it to our processing area. Being able to do that will earn them 6 points. They can get it to the processing area. They have removed it from the area. The Blue Alliance has already gotten, looks like 2 pieces. About to make that 2 more. They get a piece in the trough, and so that gets them still 2 points, and then 2 more points for the Blue Alliance by getting that by getting that coral into the trough of the reef. The North Forsyth Raiders attempting to put one there. 33-29, I believe that was. The Wildbots putting a piece of coral on the top row of the reef. Over on the Blue Alliance side, we have Team 6829 dropping a piece into the trough, getting 2 more points for the Blue Alliance. Wildcat 5E getting coral into the trough, getting those consistent 2 points for their team. Under a minute to go, we're now down to 45 seconds left in the match. Score of 16-28 in favor of the Blue Alliance at this time. And the Blue Alliance is trying to get Coral into that robot for 6705, trying to get that up for the Wildcat 5E so they can get a few more pieces of Coral onto the reef. Ignite Robotics gets another 5 points by putting a piece of Coral on the top row of the reef. That sonar sound, of course, means we are entering the end game for this particular qualifying match. Teams will attempt to get back to the barge area, perhaps even attempting to hang from one of the anchors that is there in their area. And that will be the end of qualifying match number 23. Unofficial score, red 22, blue 38. We will await the final scores from our officials. And we have a winner. The winning team is the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to Ignite Robotics, the North Forsyth Raiders, and the Circuit Runners Robotics. Final score 42-26 in favor of the Blue Alliance.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce these teams. Starting on the Red Alliance with Team 5219.
Squilliam by Techno Squad.
Right in the middle, Team 8761.
Tiger Bite with Tiger Shark.
And right on the end is Team 7514.
DJ 24 by Eve Robotics.
And on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 4112.
The Shaley Bite by the Eagle Bots.
Followed by Team 1795.
Carver Clutch.
And rounding out Blue Alliance, it's Team 4701.
Sea Carrot by Team Wire. We need representatives from Team 1795 and Team 4701 to the field immediately, please. We need representatives from Team 1795 and Team 4701 to the field immediately, please. Thank you.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. Teams are now in the autonomous mode. And the Eaglebots are attempting to put a piece of coral on the top row of their reef. And the sound of the bell means the human drivers now will take over for their machines. Looks like the Eaglebots are picking up coral to put on the Blue Alliance reef. Placing it on that top row will earn them 5 points. Oh no, it was there, then fell off to the side and will not count for any points on that particular attempt. There is a piece of coral there in the trough. I believe that will count for 2 points for them. Another close call for them on that top row. And there they go again. They're attempting to get the... Now they're moving around there on the floor. Pushing forward, waiting for... 1 minute to go in the match. 60 seconds to go in the match. 30 seconds to go in qualifier number 24 of 62 for the weekend. We'll be getting through match number 44 before the end of our day today. I believe I heard there's an ice cream social after that. 20 seconds remaining now as the sound of the sonar goes off to let us know that there's 20 seconds remaining in the match. 10 seconds remaining as the 4112 machine gets back to the area of the barge. And with that sound, the match is over. We'll await for the final scores from the officials. And the scores are in. The winner of qualifying match number 24, the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to the Eaglebots, Harbor Clutch, and Team Wire. Final score 7-4.
And it's time to introduce match number 25, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 6712.
From the Chatsworth, Georgia, the Mountaineers.
Joining them, Team 6919.
From Albany, Georgia, the Commodores, ranked number 1.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 8849.
From Alpharetta, Georgia, Storm Robotics.
And on the Blue Line, starting with Team 1037-6.
Augusta, Georgia's own Plutonium Panthers.
Next up, it's Team 5608.
From Marietta, Georgia, the Lassiter Robotics.
And stabilizing their alliance, it's Team 9770.
Out of Atlanta, Georgia, the Robo Knights.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. Number 1 ranked Commodores with Fish. Fish instead of Seahorse is going to the area and was unable to get a piece of coral on the top row of that reef. And with that sound, the robots are now being driven by their human drivers. Have all 6 robots moving around the ocean floor trying to get those coral onto the levels of the reef. Commodores going to the 2nd level currently of the, nope, they fooled me. They're going to the top level of the reef and get a piece of coral on the top level, giving their alliance 5 points. Laster Robotics 5608 is using, they're now getting a piece of coral on the 2nd row for 4 points. Also using an apparatus there, looks like, to help remove some of the algae from the reef. There's another piece by 5608 Laster Robotics, currently ranked 7th with their robot Karajan. The Commodores, again, getting another piece of coral on that top row. Mountaineer 6712 attempting to get some algae off of the reef to get it over to the algae processing area. Commodores missed that attempt to get the top row. Laster again getting a middle level piece of coral there, getting 4 points for their alliance. Here comes another one from them. It misses the mark, but lands in the trough and still maintains 2 points for Laster and the Blue Alliance. 30 seconds remaining in the match, 10 seconds until we go into the end game mode. The sound of the sonar tells us we are now in the end game mode. 20 seconds remaining in the match. As they get those final points on the board and attempt to get back to the barge zone. Getting their way there. All 3 of the Red Alliance robots making their way back. And I believe that is one of the Blue Alliance robots makes their way back to the barge zone. Preliminary score 40-22 for the Red Alliance. At the end of qualifier number 25, we'll await the official word from our officials. We do have a yellow card on the match. The yellow card is on infraction on team 10376, the Plutonium Panthers, for holding the controller during the autonomous period. Again, the yellow card on 10376 for holding the controller during the autonomous period. And the final scores are in as we look to the reef to see which fish are swimming. It is redfish, so the Red Alliance wins the match. Final score 46-26. Up here the Commodores remain in first place in their ranking for the day. Again, there was a yellow card against team 10376.
And it's time to introduce match number 26, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 3344.
From Fayetteville, Georgia, the Space Dragons.
Joining them, Team 3635.
From Warner Robins, Georgia, the Flying Legion.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 6944.
From Cumming, Georgia, the Wolverines.
And on blue lines, we got Team 6023.
From Atlanta, Georgia, the Disc Bots.
Next up, it's Team 2974.
From Marietta, Georgia, the Walton Robotics.
Followed by Team 3815.
From Cumming, Georgia, the North Forsyth Raiders.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off for a 15-second autonomous mode. Robot controlled by its programming and coding for the first 15 seconds of the match. And that sound means that the drivers are now in charge of the robots. We have a lot of movement across the ocean floor. Looking to get the first coral on the reef. The Space Dragons attempting to get one there. They do have a piece of algae that has come off of the reef. On the Blue Alliance, we do have a couple of pieces of coral up there. There goes another one by a team, I believe that was Walton Robotics, putting that piece of coral on the top row for 5 points for the Blue Alliance. And we did have a piece of algae processed. That was by the Blue Alliance, giving them algae processing points. Another piece of algae coming through for that alliance. We did have a piece of coral placed on the red reef. That was by Team 3635, the Flying Legion, I believe. The disc bots coming to the, putting algae back through the processor, again for the Blue Alliance. The disc bots moving algae through the processor as well. I believe that's the disc bots who just got those points for the Blue Alliance, putting the algae there on the top row of the reef. The disc bot's getting a piece of coral on the bottom row of the reef worth 3 points, excuse me. Getting some there in the trough. The sound of the sonar means we have 20 seconds left as we enter the end game portion of our match. Walton Robotics getting a piece of algae into the processor quickly as we approach under 10 seconds remaining in the match. The Flying Legion is going to attempt to put another piece there. We have some algae going in the processor, and in the last second we did have one of the Red Alliance teams get into the barge zone. We have 2 Red Alliance bots in the barge zone. Preliminary score: Blue Alliance 101, Red Alliance 48. Awaiting the final word from our officials. And the results are in from qualifying match number 26. And it will be the Blue Alliance that wins. Congratulations to the Disc Bots, Walton Robotics, and North Versailles. Final score 103-56. Blue Alliance coming in with 62 coral points.
And it's more fun. You're rewinding that. All up.
And it's time for match number 27 on the Red Alliance, starting with team 4468.
From Atlanta, Georgia, Lynx Robotics.
Joining them, team 7676.
From Thomason, Georgia, the Robo Dogs.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 7514.
From Atlanta, Georgia, Eve Robotics.
And moving on to Blue Lines, we got Team 5900.
From right here in Dalton, Georgia, the Fighting Mongooses.
Followed by Team 6905.
From Alpharetta, Georgia, Raiders of the Ark Terabyte.
And rounding out the Blue Lines, we got Team 6705.
From Dunwoody, Georgia, Wildcat 5E.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off as we begin match numbers 27. We are in autonomous mode. Robots doing as they are programmed to do. At least that is the program plan. 2 minutes and 15 seconds now at the sound of the bell. Now the drivers take over and are controlling the robots. The Blue Alliance moving quickly to get those pieces of coral onto their reef. Lynx Robotics with the piece. $69.05. Trying to get a piece of coral onto the reef there. We got 2 points there. And Wildcat 5E putting a piece of coral into the trough of the reef, gaining 2 points for their alliance. On the red side, Lynx Robotics getting a piece of coral onto the trough of the reef, giving them 2 points as well. We have a score of 10-13 currently as we approach the 1 minute mark of this qualifying match. Both the red and blue alliance trying to get those pieces of coral onto the reef, also getting that algae into the processor. 40 seconds remaining in the match. $5,900 with a piece of coral in their grasp. And oh, it just falls out of the trough as they're attempting to place it into the reef. Sound of the sonar tells us we are in the end game. 20 seconds remaining in this qualifying matchup. Trying to get back to that barge area. 2 seconds remaining. All 3 red robots make it to the area. 2 of the 3 blue bots make it to their area for the Blue Alliance. With an unofficial score of 14-17 in favor of the Blue Alliance, we await the final word from our officials. And the official word is in. The Bluefish swim across the reef, so the Blue Alliance wins this matchup. Congratulations to Wildcat 5E, Raiders of the Arc Terabyte, and the Fighting Mongooses. Your final score, 21-20. Very close game. Separated by only 1 point for the Blue Alliance. All 3 ranking points awarded, of course, to the Blue Alliance for winning that match.
And it's time for introducing match number 28, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 6887.
From right here in Dalton, Georgia, the Dalton Catabots.
Joining them, Team 6712.
From Chatsworth, Georgia, the Mountaineers.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 4112.
From Cumming, Georgia, the Eaglebots.
And stop. And stop. And starting the Blue Lions, it's Team 1648.
From Atlanta, Georgia, the G3 Robotics.
Followed by Team 1795.
From Atlanta, Georgia, Carver Clutch.
And rounding out Blue Lions, it's your current #1 seed, Team 6919.
From Albany, Georgia, the Commodores.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. 20 seconds in autonomous mode. The Eaglebots program theirs to get a piece of coral into the reef. It falls into the trough, not onto the reef, but that's still worth 2 points. Actually, in autonomous mode, excuse me, that is worth a total of 3 points. And with the sound of the bell, the drivers take over the bots. We have all 6 bots moving around the field. We see the Mountaineers taking a piece of coral, trying to move that algae out of the reef so they can place a piece of coral on the second level. The Mountaineers getting 4 points for the Red Alliance. The Commodores for the Blue Alliance attempting to get some coral as well onto their reef. I believe that's the Eaglebots with a 5-point piece of coral on their reef for the Blue Alliance. And then for the Red Alliance, we have Team 6712, the Mountaineers again, attempting to put that piece of coral onto the reef for 4 points. It falls off the reef, and so they get no points for that attempt. The Commodores now with a 4-point piece of coral on the reef for the Blue Alliance. The Mountaineers again trying to get that coral to go on that second level, and they do, so that's 4 points for them. G3 Robotics able to get a 5-point piece of coral on the Blue Alliance reef. The Blue Alliance has several pieces of coral on their reef now at that top level. The Commodores with another piece of coral on their reef. G3 Robotics attempting for that third level, but missing there, but still getting it in the trough for 2 points. Commodore's piece falls out as they're attempting to do that on the blue side. 30 seconds remaining in the match. Mountaineers make their way to the wharf area a little early, so to the barge area. That sound with the sonar means we are in the end game. And the Commodores attempting to pull themselves up on the anchor to clear the ocean floor. If they do that, they will gain additional points for their alliance. 1648 with the last second attempt to try to get some points there and get back to the wharf area, and they do. And so that'll be the end of the match. The preliminary score, 49 blue, 14 for the Red Alliance. We'll await the final results from our officials. And we received the official word. Our final results are the blue team. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. Congratulations, Commodores, Carver Clutch, and G3 Robotics with a final score of 53-16. The Commodores maintain their first place position. 46 points on Coral for the Blue Alliance in that match. Teams, be sure to stop by the Shaw Industries booth over on Sponsors Row. Be sure you sign up there. Get your opportunity to win some great prizes. Also get yourself some free popcorn. Everybody loves some free popcorn, so be sure and stop by the Shaw booth. Thank you, Shaw, for being one of our sponsors for the day. We also have other sponsors there, Northwestern, Dalton State College, and others.
And it's time for match number 29, starting off the Red Alliance with team 10338.
From Cairo, Georgia, the Syrup Makers.
Joining them, team 1002.
From Marietta, Georgia, the Circuit Runners Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 6023.
From Atlanta, Georgia, Manta.
And on the Blue Lions, it's team 8849.
From Alpharetta, Georgia, Claw.
Followed by team 3635.
From Warner Robins, Georgia, the Flying Legion.
And rounding out the Blue Lions, it's team 5219.
From Douglasville, Georgia, the Techno Squad.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We begin now in the autonomous mode. We see a little push there from a little help for the syrup makers being pushed out of the barge area so that they will get points for movement in the autonomous time. And with that, we begin the driver mode. Drivers are now in control of their robots. Storm Robotics trying to get that 5 points by getting a piece of coral on the top row, and they do. They're able to get that top row, a piece of coral on that top row. Over on the Red Alliance side, the circuit runners attempting the same. They do not make that. It falls out to the bottom. Current score 15-14 in favor of the Red Alliance. Lots of movement on both teams, or both alliances moving around as we see Team 36-35, the Flying Legion trying to get a, and they do get a coral on that middle row, earning them 4 points for the Blue Alliance. The circuit runners are able to get a piece of coral on that top row for 5 points for the Red Alliance in this 29th qualifying match of the day. I believe that was the Flying Legion getting a piece of coral on the second row for 4 points for their team. And on the other side, circuit runners do the same on the top row, getting 5 points for the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance attempting to get that 5 piece. They do miss that mark, but they do get it to stay in the trough, which means they earn 2 points. So they do get something off of that attempt for points. They're going to get another piece there. It looks like it's going to actually bounce out. So they lose those points, or they don't gain those points, excuse me. Another one on the Blue Alliance goes down. The Red Alliance is able to get a piece of coral into theirs. That is by the circuit runners. And that sound means we are at 20 seconds remaining in the match. The sound of the sonar means we are entering the end game, where all 3 teams from the Alliance attempt to get back to the wharf area inside the red rectangle there in the center. If they are able to lift up off of the floor, they do receive more points for that opportunity. And that is the end of the match. One of the blue teams is able to make it back to the wharf area. 2 of the red teams appear to do so. Preliminary score, red team 36, blue team 33. We will await the official word from our officials. And we have official word now. And the red fish swim across the reef, meaning the Red Alliance has won. Congratulations to the disc bots, the circuit runners, and the syrup makers. Final score, Red Alliance 40, Blue Alliance 35. Fans, if you would, please turn your attention to the big screen here on this side of the stadium as we hear a word from our sponsor, Automation Direct.
And just like that, it's time for match number 30. Starting off the Red Alliance with Team 9770.
From Atlanta, Georgia, the Robo Knights.
Joining them, Team 3344.
From Fayetteville, Georgia, the Space Dragons.
And completing that Red Alliance, Team 8761.
From Adairsville, Georgia, the Tiger Sharks.
And on the blue lines, we got Team 1037-6.
From Augusta, Georgia, the Plutonium Panthers.
Followed by Team 6829.
From Sewanee, Georgia, Ignite Robotics.
And rounding out blue lines, we got Team 4026.
From Decatur, Georgia, Decatur Robotics.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We begin in the autonomous zone, or the autonomous period, where the bots are following the programming that is put into them before they arrive at today's event. That ends the autonomous zone for the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds. That sound of the bell means the drivers are in charge. We've got robots moving all over the ocean floor. We've got the Decatur Robotics trying to put that 5 point on top. We just had one put there by Ignite Robotics on the blue side. They will put 5 points on the board for their team as they place that in there. Place that on the top row of the reef to receive those 5 points. Decatur Robotics attempting to give that a 2 point, but it does fall out of the trough, I believe. So they will not receive those points from the attempt. We have Coral trying to get into the reef from far side there on the Blue Alliance. I believe it fell out of the trough, so they will not receive points for that. Current score, Red Alliance 3, Blue Alliance 11. The Plutonium Panthers there in the reef zone, attempting to get some coral there. I believe they did get 2 points there to get the coral to stay in the trough. So they will receive 2 points for that being there. They're going to go for, I believe, 2 more on that again. Score there on the Blue Alliance on the Blue Reef side. Decatur moving through the field, getting back to the barge zone before the end of the match. 30 seconds to go in this 30th qualifier of the day of the weekend, out of 62 total for the weekend. Sound of the sonar tells us that we are in the final stages of this match. Teams will earn points if they're able to get back into the wharf zone. 4026 trying to lift themselves, but they will not get that done. We have 2 blue bots and 2 red bots back in the barge zone. As we come to the end of the match, preliminary scores, Blue 25, Red Alliance 3. We are waiting on official word from our officials. We have officials for the final scores. The Bluefish from across the reef. The Blue Alliance wins. Final score 29-7. Congratulations to Decatur Robotics, Ignite Robotics, and the Plutonium Panthers.
And just like that, it's time for match number 31. Starting off the Red Alliance with Team 5608.
From Marietta, Georgia, Lassiter Robotics.
Joining them, Team 2974.
From Marietta, Georgia, Walton Robotics.
And completing that Red Alliance, Team 6944.
From Cumming, Georgia, the Wolverines.
And moving on the Blue Alliance, we got Team 3329.
From Kingsland, Georgia, the Wildbots.
Followed by Team 3459.
From Lithia Springs, Georgia, Leotex.
And polishing out the Blue Alliance, we got Team 4701.
From Savannah, Georgia, Team Wire.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. Team 4459, Leotex moving quickly out onto the field. Lassiter Robotics able to use their apparatus to get some of that algae off of the reef. And that is the end of the autonomous period for the match 2:15. That bell means it's time for the drivers to take over and move around the ocean floor. Team 3329, Wildbots, putting some coral on the Blue Alliance reef. We had someone put a piece of coral on the Red Alliance reef. There's 2974, Walton attempting to put one there on the top row, but not able to make that happen. Then the Wolverines unable to put a piece there. I believe that last one was by Walton Robotics again, getting one on the top shelf, meaning that they are receiving 5 points for putting that coral on the top row of the reef. Remember, the higher the piece of coral goes, the more points it is worth toward the Alliance total. Another piece by Walton Robotics on that top row to give them another 5 points. On the blue side, we have folks trying to move the algae out of the reef so that they can get it to the processor area and earn points for their Alliance that way. Walton with another piece on their Red Alliance reef. Wolverines attempting to get a piece on to the, they're going to that top level it looks like. They're going to attempt to put one there on the top level of the reef, moving around to get in position to drop it there in the right place. If it does not make that, it can fall into the trough and still earn them 2 points. Walton Robotics gets 2 points for the Red Alliance as they get their coral onto the middle row, as does Lassiter gets a piece there. The Wolverines piece does not make it onto the reef. It does fall off onto the ocean floor, earning no points for that attempt. "20 seconds remaining in the match by the sound of the sonar. That also means we are in game mode. Teams will now make their way back to the barge area to attempt to earn points by being in the area at that time. Walton is attempting to get a piece of algae into the processor, and they're able to get 2 pieces, it looks like, over the course of the match. And that's the end of the match. That brings us to a close. Preliminary score shows us with the Red Alliance with a score of 78, Blue Alliance with a score of 8. We will, however, wait for the official word from our officials. And the winner of our 31st match of the weekend is the red team. Congratulations as the Redfish swim across the reef with a final score of 80-10. 80-10 as we reach the halfway point of our matches, qualifying matches for the weekend. The Red Alliance receives 60 points from their coral. Congratulations to the Red Alliance, the Wolverines, Walton Robotics, and Lassiter Robotics.
Other side next time, all right? All right.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce our next match, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses with Nautilus.
Right in the middle is Team 3815.
The North Forsyth Raiders with the NF Raider.
And rounding out the alliance is Team 3635.
The Flying Legion with Calypso.
And on blue lines, we got Team 6705.
With Tripping Hazard, Wildcat 5E.
Followed by Team 6712.
The Mountaineers with Warthog.
And finally, with rounding out the lines, we got Team 4468.
With Otis Lynx Robotics.
All right, remember, we're going to finish out with match 44 today. So we got a couple more matches to go through. Just remember, end of day, qualification match number 44. On Saturday, we'll resume with match number 45. So keep track of where you are with your matches, as well as make sure that you are scouting, because tomorrow, after we finish out with match number 62, we will then be going into our alliance selection. So make sure you know who you want to be your partner tomorrow. So keep watching. Match number 32 coming up. All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We're in autonomous mode. All of our robots move out of the original wharf area, the barge zone. Holding still on the ocean floor, waiting until that time when their drivers can take over. Autonomous mode has ended. Drivers step up, and with that sound, the bell means the drivers have taken over the robots now and moving them across the ocean floor. Flying Legion going right to work, getting algae off of the reef for the red side. Over on the blue side of the coral reef, we see Team 6712, the Mountaineers, trying to get a piece of that coral onto their reef at that second level, and they do so. That'll earn the Warthog 4 points. On the Red Alliance side, we have the Flying Legion with 4 points for the Red Alliance as well, as they get a piece of coral to go on that middle section of the reef. Looking over at the Blue Alliance side, The Wildcat 5E tripping hazard is getting that coral onto the reef. It's getting its lift to go there, and it does. Gets a second level piece of coral onto the second level of that reef, earning them 4 points. Same thing happens over on the red side with the Flying Legion getting 4 points on that second level. $67.05 getting a piece of coral there to go, I think, on into the trough. No, they're going up with it. On the Blue Alliance side, on the Red Alliance side, North Forsyth Raiders get a piece of coral onto the second level, also worth 4 points. The Flying Legion is going to try to get one on the bottom level, I believe. There they go. They shoot that right on there, giving them 3 points. Now North Forsyth going in with that second level, giving them 4 points on that attempt. Back over on the blue side. Bots are moving around trying to find coral to put into that reef. No one going for algae processing on this particular match so far. 30 seconds remaining in the match. North Forsyth gets another piece, as does the Flying Legion. The sound of the sonar lets you know we are moving toward the end game. Final 20 seconds of the match. The Fighting Mongooses have made their way back to the barge zone, as have now the Mountaineers. All 3 red robots make their way back. 2 of the 3 blue robots are back in the barge zone. And the buzzer says that is the end of match number 32. Preliminary score, red 49, blue 30. We will await final word from our officials. And the final word is official. The fish swim the Reds. Team wins. Congratulations to the Flying Legion, the North Forsyth Raiders, and the Fighting Mongooses. Final score, 55-34.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for our next match. Starting on the Red Alliance with team 5219.
From Douglasville, Techno Squad.
Right in the middle, it's team 10338.
From Cairo, Georgia, the Cairo Syrup Makers.
Right on the end is team 1795.
From Atlanta, Georgia, Carver Clutch.
And moving on to the Blue Alliance, we got your current #1 seed, Team 6919.
From Albany, Georgia, the Commodores.
Followed by Team 7676.
From Thomason, Georgia, the Robo-Dogs.
And polishing off the Blue Alliance, we got Team 3344.
From Fayetteville, Georgia, the Space Dragons.
All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're in autonomous mode, and immediately we see the Commodores placing a piece of coral on the top row. Make that 2 pieces of coral on the top row. That's going to earn them in autonomous mode 7 points apiece. And we now have the buzzer sounding, and now the bell rings. That means drivers take over their robots. For the Red Alliance, we have the syrup makers as the lone team here on the Red Alliance, the lone robot here on the Alliance, working through their side. As we look over on the blue side, we see that the Space Dragons are attempting to get that 5-point mark by getting that piece of coral on that 3rd tier of their reef. We see that the Commodores are able to get theirs up there. We've got 5 pieces of coral up there. About to be a 6th one. Well, they missed that mark. It falls in. I can't tell if it stayed in the trough or fell out. But that would be a 2 points if it stayed in the area. The Space Dragons, a piece of coral there. The Commodores taking a piece of algae and getting it out of the reef. That piece of coral does stay in for 2 points for the Blue Alliance. Now the Commodores attempting to put coral on the 2nd tier. That's going to be 4 points for the Blue Alliance. The syrup makers appear to be in a bit of a sticky situation with the algae under their butt. And then we have on the blue side, the Space Dragons lifting the coral. They drop that piece. And here come the Commodores again with another piece of coral going on the 2nd tier for the Blue Alliance. Moving around, trying to get those pieces there. 23 seconds remaining in the match. Make that 20 seconds with the sound of the sonar. We now enter the end game, the final section. We look and we see that the Commodores appear to have cleared the ocean floor by anchoring themselves. That will earn them some barge points, some extra barge points. They will get that by being on the lower level, and that's the end of the match with your preliminary score 51-0 for the Blue Alliance, but we will await on final word from our officials. And the official word is in. The Blue Alliance wins. Congratulations to the Commodores, the Robo-Dogs, and the Space Dragons. Final score for that match, 67-0 for the Blue Alliance. The Commodores remain in the 1st place position, receiving their 3 ranking points and also receiving a ranking point for their ability to be in the barge off of the ocean floor.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a look for our next match. Starting on the Red Alliance with Team 9770.
Seabiscuit from Robo Knights.
Right in the middle, Team 6023.
Mata from Discbots.
And right on the end is Team 4701.
Sea Carrot from Team Wire.
And moving on blue lines, we got Team 6829.
Magma from Ignite Robotics.
Followed by Team 4112.
The Salybot from the Eaglebots.
And rounding out blue lines, we got Team 3329.
Neptune from the Wildbots.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. We are in autonomous mode. Robots are doing what they're programmed to do. And the disc bot's trying to get that piece of coral on that top row for 7 points in autonomous mode. Bot 4112 for the blue. The Eagle bot is able to get 3 points there in autonomous mode. And with that sound, the drivers take over the bots now, controlling them from the driving stations. 4112, the Eagle bots getting a 5-point piece of coral on their reef. We had an attempt over there on the blue side, but they did not get it to stick the landing, and so it fell on the floor for 0 points. No points on that section. The Eagle bots again putting a piece of coral on that top row. We do have a piece of algae processed by the Blue Alliance, so that's going to give them 6 points. Another piece of algae being processed by the Red Alliance, into Red Alliance, getting a third piece of algae processed on that side of the field. We have coral going up on the blue side. The Eagle bots are getting those 5-point piece of coral on that top row very quickly and very frequently. The disc bots are putting that algae through the processor very quickly, maintaining lots of points for that side and earning cooperation points as they are doing that as well. That will help them in their ranking points as they're accumulating ranking points. Under a minute to go in the match. And now the disc bots are putting that coral onto the reef at the second level, giving them 4 points. Over on the Blue Alliance side, we have more coral going into that top level from the Eagle bots. They're able to get a piece on that top level. The disc bots get a piece on the second tier, giving them 4 points in the match. We're under 30 seconds to go in qualifier number 34. We will be coming to our day close here shortly. And with that sound, we are now in the end game mode. The sound of sonar tells us that we are only 20 seconds away from the close of this match. The disc bot's getting another 5 points for their alliance. 4112 gets back to the barge area. 6829 coming into the barge area there at the last second. 4701 lands there for the Red Alliance. That is the end of the match. Preliminary score, Red Alliance 58, Blue Alliance 63. Waiting for the final word from our officials. And we have the official score. The Bluefish are swimming across the reef. The Blue Alliance wins that match with a final score of 72-60 for the Blue Alliance. Congratulations, Ignite. Ignite Robotics, the Eagle Bots, and Wild Bots. Match 35 on the way. Remember, we will do our end of the day break following match number 44, at which time there will then be, I believe, an ice cream social sponsored by Shaw Industries.
All right. right, coming back into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 4459.
The Leotechs with Scrappy.
Right in the middle, Team 8761.
Tiger Shark by Tiger Bite.
And right on the end is Team 6944.
Wobble by the Wolverines.
And moving on the blue lines, we got Team 7514.
DJ 24 by Eve Robotics.
And then we got Team 6887.
John Condon from the Dalton Catabots.
And polishing out the blue lines, we got Team 5608.
Karajan from Lassiter Robotics.
All right, guys. While we are waiting to go ahead and start our next match, remember to go ahead and visit our amazing sponsors at Shaw at their booth over right here at the entrance of the pits. Remember, if you go over there, you can actually register to win amazing prizes such as a Bamboo Lab A1 Mini 3D printer, some Sony noise-canceling headphones, or a Nintendo Switch. So make sure that you go over and register to win in that competition. All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We have autonomous mode. We see 5608 Lassiter moving and removing a piece of algae from the reef. And placing a piece of coral, almost getting it onto, but they do get it in the trough, so they will get 3 points for that. And that sound means the drivers are now in charge of the bots for the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Teams moving across the ocean floor, currents moving them back and forth. And Lassiter pulls another piece of algae from the reef, getting it off of that reef. You see those large pieces of algae, maybe getting them to the processor. Have an attempt to get a piece of coral over on the red side by 6944 the Wolverines, but it does fall to the ground, to the ocean floor, and does not stay in that coral trough. On the Blue Alliance side, we have Lassiter with another piece of coral added to the reef there at the second tier, earning them 4 points for that piece of coral being there. And now they get one on the bottom tier, which gives them 3 points. So they now have them at 2 tiers of the coral on the Blue Alliance side. Over on the Red Alliance side, we have a bot moving up to try to put a piece of coral on that top row, but it does not quite make it. It spins off to the ocean floor. That attempt did not make its intended target. Over on the Blue Alliance side, 5608, that is Lassiter moving around and getting coral on the bottom row. That is worth 3 points per piece of coral as they're moving them across to their reef. Over on the red side, the Wolverines able to get coral into their robot, now trying to get it into the reef at some level. They're going to go up. Looks like they're going to try another opportunity at that top level. And it does fall, does not make that mark, but it does stay in the trough. It should give them 2 points as it stays in the reef. It just does not make it onto the different tiers. And that sound means we have 20 seconds remaining in the match, entering the end game time period, and they do get that one to stick. The Wolverines get a 5-point piece of coral to stick to the red side of the ocean floor on their reef. Under 5 seconds to go as the teams make their way back to the barge area, and that will be the end of qualifying match number 35. Preliminary score, red team 7, blue team 37, as we await final word from our officials. And the official word is in. We have a final score. The winner is the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to Lassiter, Dalton, and Eve Robotics. Final score, Blue Alliance 41, Red Alliance 9. Again, congratulations to Dalton, Lassiter, and Eve Robotics.
All right. Going into this next match, starting on the Red Alliance, it's Team 2974.
Third-ranked Walton Robotics.
Right in the middle, it's Team 8849.
Storm Robotics.
And right on the end, it's Team 10376.
The Plutonium Panthers.
And moving on the blue lines, we got Team 6905.
Raiders of the Ark Terabyte.
Next up on the blue lines, we got Team 1002.
Circuit Runners Robotics.
And polishing out the blue lines, we got Team 1648.
Fourth-ranked G3 Robotics.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We have autonomous mode. 2974, that's Walton Robotics. Putting a piece in the coral into the Red Alliance. We have a piece of coral on the top rung of Blue Alliance, giving them 7 points. At the end of autonomous mode, we're at 23-9 in favor of the blue, and that sound means the drivers are now in charge of the robots. The Red Alliance comes in to have 2 teams, placing both of their coral on the top tier, giving them 5 points apiece, so giving them an additional 10 points. Over on the Blue Alliance side, we've got 2 pieces of coral on that top tier as well. Another one's on the red tier. And Team 1002, the Circuit Runners, able to get a piece of coral on that top tier to give them 5 points. Walton Robotics getting into another opportunity to get the top tier, and does, and gets another 5 points for Walton Robotics for the Red Alliance. Team 1002, the Circuit Runners, with 5 points for their Blue Alliance team on this qualifying match. Team 1648 raises a piece of coral to that top level, trying to get that 5 points, and it goes. G3 Robotics with 5 points for the Blue Alliance in this match, 43-38, as we approach the 70-second mark. $29.74. Walton Robotics gets a piece on the top tier, as does the Circuit Runners. As do the Circuit Runners again, get their piece on the top tier. Walton Robotics gets another piece for the Red Alliance, 47-53, under a minute to go in this qualifying match. The Blue Alliance gets another piece on that top tier, as does the Red Alliance from the help of Walton Robotics. So we're at 56-58, 30 seconds to go in the match. And we've got another one on the red side, another one coming right there, 29-74, Walton Robotics. 66-63 as we enter the sound of the sonar, meaning we are in the end game, last 20 seconds of the match. 10 seconds remaining in the match as teams attempt to get back to that barge zone where the cages are located. And the Red Alliance is trying to process a piece of algae, and it does go through. Not sure if that'll count based on the timing. But at the end of the match, preliminary scores, Red Alliance 72, Blue Alliance 68, waiting for final word from the officials. And the official score is in, and the red fish shall release the red team. The Red Alliance wins that match. Congratulations to Plutonium Panthers, Storm Robotics, and Walton Robotics. Final score in a close match, 76 for the Red Alliance, 74 for the Blue Alliance. The blue team does get ranking points for their use of the automation. The autonomous mode, getting points there, helping them with their ranking points. Both teams in a very close match, but the final winner is the Red Alliance, Plutonium Panthers, Storm Robotics, and Walton Robotics. Congratulations to the red team in qualifying match number 36. 37 will be in just a moment.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce these teams for this next match, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 4026.
The Decatur Robotics.
Right in the middle, we have Team 3329.
From Kingsland, Georgia, the Wild Bots.
And rounding out the alliance, it's Team 7676.
From Thompson, Georgia, the Robo Dogs.
And on Blue Lines, we got Team 6023.
From Atlanta, Georgia, the Disc Bots.
And we got Team 1795.
Also from Atlanta, Georgia, Carver Clutch.
And rounding up Blue Lines, we got Team 6712.
From nearby Chatsworth, Georgia, the Mountaineers.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We have red bots moving over into the blue zone. Blue bots moving over to their area, their coral area. And with that sound, drivers take over controlling the bots. Moving across the ocean floor, we have Team 4026 Decatur attempting to get that high bar. They do not quite get there, but they do get one to stay in the trough, earning them 2 points on the coral. 2 points also for the Blue Alliance over on their side of the coral. The Blue Alliance also has now processed their second piece of algae as they put those large green spherical pieces of algae into the processors there at the edge of the field. That's Team 6023. That's the disc bots getting those pieces of algae moved into the processor. The Mountaineers attempting to get a second tier set of points, giving them 4 points, but they can get that piece of coral to stick onto the reef, and they do. 4 points for the Mountaineers for the Blue Alliance. Got another piece of algae processed there on the Blue Alliance side. Piece of coral going up on the Blue Alliance side, and it does stick to that second tier for 4 points for the Blue Alliance. 56-24 is your current score with just under a minute to play in this qualifying match. 60 points for the blue, 24 currently for the red. 60-23, that's the disc bots getting 4 points for the Blue Alliance by getting coral onto the second tier. The Mountaineers attempting to do the same for the Blue Alliance. 30 seconds to go in the match, 30 seconds remaining, and the Mountaineers do score points for their Blue Alliance. And the sound of the sonar does mean that we are entering the end game, and we have the teams coming back to the barge area. Team 4026 attempting to lift themselves from the ocean floor, getting extra points for their alliance in this match as it comes to an end in just about 1 second. And that is the end of match number 37. Preliminary score, red team 24, blue team 74. awaiting final word from our officials. And official word from our final result is the blue team wins. Blue team wins the match. Final score, blue 72, red 28. Congratulations to the Disc Bots, Carver Clutch, and the Mountaineers. At this time we would like to ask you to turn your attention to our big board, our big wall behind us here as we hear from Georgia Northwestern Technical College.
Georgia Northwestern Technical College offers high-quality technical education and workforce development programs to the Northwest Georgia region. We prepare students for a successful career through a combination of hands-on learning, dedication to industry standards, and career-focused training that meet the requirements of business and industry.
Probably the biggest thing as far as the program was the instructors. They were so hands-on and they were so concerned with us and so supportive, and they wanted the best for us.
My father actually attended the police academy here, and he had a great experience here, and just from his experience I decided I want to come here. Now that I'm actually in the field, it really has helped, and I look back at that and it helps me a lot.
Georgia Northwestern Technical College serves the 9 counties of Northwest Georgia and has 6 convenient campus locations in Catoosa, Floyd, Gordon, Polk, Walker, and Whitfield counties.
Here they got some good instructors, and if you don't learn, it's because you don't want to.
GNTC did offer kind of that opportunity to say, okay, start here at this lower price. You get what you pay for, but you get so much more as well.
With our history of continued growth, close relationship to the community, and customized training to meet the needs of local business and industry, GNTC will continue to provide leadership and serve as an economic engine to the Northwest Georgia region. To learn more about GNTC, visit our website or stop by one of our campuses.
Thank you to our wonderful sponsors at Georgia Northwestern Technical College. All right, this is going to be an interesting match on the Red Alliance right now. First up, currently ranked number 2, it's Team 6829.
Ignite Robotics with Magma.
Right in the middle, it's Team 4468.
With Otis Lynx Robotics.
And finally, currently ranked number 1, It's Team 69-19.
Fish the Commodores.
And on the blue lines, we got Team 38-15.
Ranked number 4, the North Forsyth Raiders.
Team 44-59.
From Leotech's Scrappy.
And enriching the blue lines, we got Team 33-44.
From the Space Dragons, Dory.
All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. In this autonomous mode, we have 3 of the top 4 teams currently in our rankings who are in this match. The Red Alliance with the Commodores trying to get that on the top row. They do miss the top row, but they are able to get it to stay in the trough for 3 points. And that sound means that the drivers now have control of their robots. Moving across the ocean floor, we have lots of movement from both the red and the blue sides. The Blue Alliance attempting to get some algae out of that reef on their side. So do the Commodores do the same. Second-ranked Ignite Robotics missing the opportunity to get those points in that last attempt. Commodores pulling algae from the reef and then reloading coral into their robot as they take it to the reef area. And they raise it high to get on that 3rd tier. And they do. So that gives 5 points to the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance has also, if you look over there, they've got coral on the top tier of their reef with their 5 points. 33-44, the Space Dragons attempting to get to that top level to get 5 points for the Blue Alliance, getting that highest level. The Lynx Robotics able to get a piece of coral on that bottom rung to give them 3 points. And then the Commodores get 5 more points for the Red Alliance. 2 points now for the Red Alliance, thanks to the help of the Lynx Robotics getting them into the trough. Another piece of coral going on to the blue reef, giving them 3 points by being on that first tier of the reef. 30 seconds to go in this qualifying match. Current score 37 red, 22 blue. And the Commodores getting another piece. The sound of the sonar means that we are entering the end game. 20 seconds remaining in the match as teams make their way back to the barge zone. Now in the barge zone, the Commodores attempting to lift themselves off the ocean floor to gain additional points for their team, or their alliance. And they appear to be off the ground, but there will be some inspection to be done. Preliminary score, Red Alliance 57, Blue Alliance 28. Awaiting final word from the officials.
They were
And the scores are finalized for match number 38, and the winner is the Red Alliance. Congratulations to the Commodores, Lynx Robotics, and Ignite Robotics. Final score 67 red, 30 blue. The Commodores and Ignite maintain their first and second place rankings. They do get ranking points for winning the match and also for the barge ranking points in autonomous mode.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce these teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 5219.
Squilliam by Techno Squad.
Right in the middle is Team 5900.
Nautilus from the Fighting Mongooses.
And right on the end is Team 1002.
Ghost by the Circuit Runners Robotics.
And moving on the blue lines, we got Team 635.
Calypso from the Flying Legion.
Followed by Team 5608.
Karajan from Lassiter Robotics.
And rounding off the blue lines, we got Team 6905.
Buzz CBFT from Raiders of the Lost Ark Terabyte.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We have movement from most of our robots out of their original starting position. Moving across the ocean floor in autonomous mode, letting the program carry them where they need to go. And that sound means the drivers are now in charge of their robots. We have on the Blue Alliance side, we've got some folks trying to get some coral there. We've got some algae coming out of that coral reef on the Blue Alliance side. They're in the coral reef zone. We have from the Red Alliance, the Mongooses scoring 3 with putting a piece of coral into the reef there on that bottom tier. Good job, Mongooses. On the Blue Alliance side, I believe that's the Raiders over there getting some points for the Blue Alliance. Currently the Circuit Runners having a little bit of trouble with their running, getting a little help from the Fighting Mongooses, trying to get that algae out from underneath them there on the Circuit Runners. Kind of in a bit of a precarious position, but there they go. And the Mongoose is able to help them be able to move again as they get points there again for the Red Alliance. That piece of algae looks a little worse for the wear, but I'm sure we can get that cleaned up between matches. We've got 5608 Lassiter getting some points for the Blue Alliance. Got several pieces of coral on the Blue Alliance side in that second tier. Those are worth 4 points apiece. And the Mongooses getting algae over to that processor, getting points for their Red Alliance team. Getting that cooperation together there, getting those cooperation points. There's some more algae coming from the mongooses, getting some good use out of that robotic arm, getting that algae over to the processor quickly. The circuit runners are unable to make that piece stick on the trough. We've got lots of coral coming there on the Blue Alliance side. 20 seconds remaining in the match. That's what the sound of the sonar means. 15 seconds to go. Current score 53 to 30 in favor of the Blue Alliance currently. 10 seconds remaining as they head back to the barge zone here to close out match number 39. And that's the end of the match. We have a preliminary score of the Blue Alliance of 61 and the Red Alliance 35, as we're going to have to replace a piece of that algae. We've got this crew here doing a fantastic job making sure all things go like they're supposed to go. They're going to replace that piece of algae for us. We await official word from our judges in just a moment. And we have a final score for match number 39. It is the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. The Flying Legion, the Lasser Robotics, and Raiders of the Art Terabyte. Congratulations with a final score of 65 to 41, ranking points going to the Blue Alliance. And now for the remainder of the afternoon, we're going to hear from the man, the myth, and the legend. Here is Roy.
All right, going into our next match, starting off on the Red Alliance, currently ranked number 7. It's team 4112.
The Eaglebots.
Right in the middle, it's team 9770.
The Robo Knights.
And rounding out their alliance, currently ranked number 3, it's team 2974.
Walton Robotics.
And on the Blue Alliance, we got team 1033-8.
Syrup Maker.
Followed by team 7514.
Eve Robotics.
And pushing off the Blue Alliance, we got team 8849.
Storm Robotics.
Remember, our last match of the day is match number 44. 44 will be our last match, and then we will be continuing on, going all the way to 62 tomorrow, starting with match number 45. Also remember, tonight, 1 hour after we close up, we will have our ice cream social. All right, uno, dos, tres. All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off and running autonomous in match number 40 of what will be 62 total qualifying matches this weekend. The bots move off of their starting position. They gain 3 points. If they can score a piece of coral, they get a ranking point. All right. In autonomous, they can gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points by scoring coral on the reef. Now the human players have control, and the points have decreased to where 41-12 is now getting 5 points, and their alliance partner 29-74 5 as well, as it's 19 for the Blue Alliance with 2 minutes left to go in the match. The first 15 seconds of the match are in autonomous, while the remaining 2 minutes and 15 seconds are controlled by the human players in teleop mode. That's 41-12, the Eagle bots. They're looking to position it high atop the reef. That'll gain them 5 points right there. There's another 5, as it's 29 for the Red Alliance with 1:37 left to go. 88-49, trying to get up to the reef zone, trying to put that piece of coral on the reef someplace to gain some points. They can score it in the trough, they gain 2 points. If they score it on the low branch, they gain 3. In the middle branch, they gain 4. And as the Red Alliance has been doing, like 41-12, scoring it high across the top is worth 5 points, just like Walton and the Eagle bots did. Scores 47 for the red and 6 for the blue as we approach 3 minutes, or 1 minute left to go in the competition. There's Walton Robotics. They're at the reef. They're placing it high atop the reef. They've got a bunch of them on top. 88-49, looking to head towards the coral station to pick up some coral. No, they're at the reef. They're going to try to place that piece of coral on the reef someplace. No, it looks like they're trying to get, they're pulling the algae off of the reef. They can pull the algae off and process the algae for 6 points apiece. Then they can score the algae in the net for another 4. There's 88-49. They've got the algae in their possession, lifting up their elevator arm. They're at the bottom of the ocean trying to get it above the top of the waves, trying to get it into the net on the barge. As that sound indicates that we're down to under 20 seconds. The bots move towards the barge. 88-49 drops the algae back into the ocean, falls to the ocean floor as another piece of algae is scored in the net for the Blue Alliance. It's now 93-10 with 2 seconds left to go. And we're right there at the end. Each one of the bots that are able to get a portion of their bot inside of that red or blue tape zone underneath the barge will gain 2 points for their alliance apiece. As we've done all day, we're looking for that release of the fish out onto the reef to tell us who the victor was in match number 40. And here we go. They're about to release the fish. Let's see which fish are out there, which species are out. It's the redfish out there on the reef right now, repopulating the reef area at 105-14. 105-14. The Red Alliance gained 3 ranking points for that victory for all members of that alliance. Those ranking points are valuable when it comes to the final standings tomorrow at the end of qualification match number 62.
just like that, it's time to introduce match number 41, starting off on the Red Alliance with team 41-12. Let's reintroduce match number 41 with team 6887.
The Dalton Catabots.
Joining them, team 8761.
Tiger Bite.
And completing the Red Alliance team, 10376.
Plutonia Panthers.
And moving on the blue lines, we got team 4701.
Team Wire.
Followed by team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
And rounding out the blue lines, we got team 6705.
Wildcat 5E.
The field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, match number 41 in autonomous. What you see is what is programmed by the human players, and hopefully the bots are responding to their programming the way they should. Bots can gain points by moving off of their starting position, gaining 3 points apiece in autonomous. If all of the bots can move off of their starting position and score a piece of coral, they'll get a ranking point in autonomous. As 10376 was over at the coral station, they picked up a piece of coral that was slid down the chute to them underwater so they could place it on the reef. They did for 2 points in the trough. As it's 18-8 right now with 1:54 to go in competition here in match number 41. 1648 at the reef as well. At the reef, they're looking to place a piece of coral. They got it in their possession. They're going to try to take it high and place it for 5 points, and they're successful. as it's now 28 for the blue and 6 for the red. 10-3-76, placing one in the trough. That was worth 2 points. If it fell to the ocean floor, it wasn't worth anything, and that's what looks like happened, as there was no score added there. At 1 minute and 20 left to go. 10-3-76, that's the Plutonium Panthers. They're trying to place their piece of coral in the trough successfully. They're gaining another 2 points for the Red Alliance as G3 Robotics places their piece of coral on the high end. That's what they're trying to do. Let's see if they're successful, dropping it onto the reef for 5 points on the Blue Alliance, as it's now 43-8 in favor of the blue with 53 seconds left to go. There goes 10-3. There we go. The Plutonium Panthers scoring another attempt. And 67.05 was at the reef as well. They back off. G3 placing it high atop the reef one more time for another 5 points. Everyone on that top layer, they can score, is worth 5 points. In the middle, it's worth 4. And if they can get that bottom layer right there, that's worth 3. And G3, once again, scoring high as we're now down to under 20 seconds as the sonar signal indicates. With 15 seconds left to go, the bots move underneath the barge to park or pull themselves off of the ocean floor. If they can pull themselves off of the ocean floor like 1648 is trying to do right there, they can gain themselves an additional 12 points by using the deep anchored cage. That's the end of qualification match number 41. And don't forget, after match number 44, we will be going to call it a break for the day. After match number 44, the ice cream social will be thereafter. Let's see, the fish are starting to swim. Let's see, it's going to be the bluefish swimming this time on the reef with a score of 69-18. Pits will remain open for 1 hour after the end of match number 44. As we continue with the activity, don't forget, while you're in the venue, to stop by Sponsors Row, get some free popcorn from Shaw, register to win that Bamboo Lab A1 Mini 3D printer. That's a lot to say, as well as a Nintendo Switch. They also have some great swag that you can spin and win.
All right, it's time for match number 42 on the Red Alliance's team, 40-26.
Cater Robotics.
Joining them on their 10-year anniversary team, 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
And completing the Red Alliance team, 44-68.
Lynx Robotics.
And moving on the blue lines, we got team 6944.
The Wolverines.
Followed by team 6712.
The Mountaineers.
And rounding out the blue lines, we got team 3329.
Wild Bots.
Pretty wild if you ask me.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
42 of 62 now in autonomous. As the Bots move off of their starting position, they gain 3 points. If they can score on the coral reef, they get between 3 and 7, depending on where they score. The first 15 seconds programmed by the human players. Now, for 2 minutes and 15 seconds, the human players have control of what's going on the ocean floor as 40-26 goes flying underneath the barge into the blue area of the ocean where they're working, trying to keep them from grabbing that coral and gaining those points. The coral placed on the reef worth anywhere from 3 to 5 points right now in the teleop mode. Algae, those green spherical objects that you see, those things can be worth 10 points, 6 points for processing, 4 points for scoring in the net. 40-26, the Decatur Robotics team playing defense down there against 67-12, the Mountaineers. As the Mountaineers have coral in their possession, they're going to place it on that middle row. That's worth 4 points on the reef right there, as it's 14-12 in favor of the Blue Alliance, or Red Alliance, with 1:15 left to go. 5,900, the Fighting Mongooses looking for some algae, it looks like. They've got a hold of a piece of algae on this side of the field. They're carrying it over towards the processing station. Going to try to gain 6 points by processing that algae. It's in the processor, heading down the chute for 6 points on the Red Alliance as they take the lead 20-12 right now. 69-44 for the Blue Alliance. They're parked, or they're up underneath their barge right now, checking the deeply anchored cage. As 44-68 spins around the reef, the piece of coral in their possession, they're going to try to place it on the reef, worth anywhere from 2 to 5 points depending on where they place it. As the Decatur Robotics team, they're on their barge zone on the blue side of the field. We're down to under 20 seconds. It's 20-16 with 15 seconds left to go as the Fighting Mongooses and the Lynx Robotics team park their robots up underneath the barge. The Blue Alliance 2 bots have done that as well, as 5,900 still moving as we come to the end of the match. Once again, that's qualification match number 42. That's now complete as we await the release of the fish to tell us who was victorious in that match. It shows that it's close at the end, but we'll see what the final score is when the fish are released. And I'm being told that they're ready to go, and it looks like it is the Red Alliance victorious. The red fish are swimming in the reef with a score of 26-20. The Red Alliance gained 3 ranking points for their alliance members in that victory. Once again, we will be going through match number 44. 44 will be our last match of the day. After match 44, the ice cream social will take place beginning at 7 o'clock. After match 44, the pits will stay open for 1 hour. And we will return tomorrow for opening ceremonies beginning at 9 o'clock. Pits will open at 8 tomorrow, I believe. Let me do the double check. And as I was saying, after match number 44, we will call it a day for matches. Coming back into the house tomorrow at 8 a.m. when the pit opens. Opening ceremonies will begin tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and the first matches will begin at 9:30.
All right, it's time for match number 43, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 4112.
The Eagle Bots.
Joining them, Team 7514.
Eve Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 3815.
North Forsyth Raiders.
And on the blue lines, we got Team 1795.
Carver Clutch.
Next up, we got Team 1002.
The Circuit Runners Robotics.
Rounding out the blue lines, we got Team 7676.
The Robodogs. All right, I've just been informed that almost immediately after match number 44, there's Ice Cream Social. We'll be ready to start. Almost immediately after the finish of match number 44, the Ice Cream Social will be starting.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1. No start. All right, let's try this again. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1. Go.
And match number 43 underway as the bots move from their starting position. They gain 3 points. 1002 moved off of their starting position. If all 3 bots on an alliance can move forward or off of their starting position and score a piece of coral, they gain a ranking point in autonomous. 4112 now has possession of a piece of coral. They're placing it high on top of the reef on branch number 4, and that gains them 5 points. If they can, either alliance can score 1 on the middle branch, that's worth 4. And on the low branch where 3815 is right now, that's worth 3. There's a little trough below the coral reef right there. If they can score that, that's worth 2. As 1002 completing their mission of seeding the top branch on the reef, they move back to the coral station, collecting another piece of coral. They're going to find out where they put that. Keep an eye on them. I'm looking at them right here. They're up against the coral. They're in the coral zone. They're lifting their arm up high and place it for another 5 points. As it's now 23 for the Red Alliance, 13 for the Blue Alliance, as we're down to 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go in the competition. 76-76 trying to play defense on the Red Alliance side of the ocean as they try to keep the Red Alliance from picking up the coral from the human players on the side. 38-15 on the side. waiting for that coral to come down the chute from the top of the ocean down to the ocean floor. They've got it in their possession. They move towards the reef. They've got it, and they're going to place it. They're working on it. They're trying to get, they do on the low branch. That's worth 2 points. 3 points, I'm sorry. Level 2. 41-12 spinning around and dancing here on the bottom of the ocean floor. That's 10:02. Moving around with a piece of coral. They're going to try to score it someplace. If they get up high like they've done in the past, it'll be worth 5. In the middle, worth 4, and on the low branch, worth 3. We're now down to under 20 seconds. That's just 37 for the red, 28 for the blue. 10:02 and 76-76 parked up underneath the barge. That's worth 2 points for their alliance. As we get down to 6 seconds, 41-12 and 38-15 parked under the barge as well. Another 2 points for each one of those alliance teams. As we end match number 43 of what will be a total of 62 qualifiers, 44 today. One more match to go before the ice cream social. And remember, after the end of match number 44, the pits will remain open for 1 hour. All right, in that last match, Team 76-76 will be awarded a yellow card because in autonomous they did cross across underneath the barge and came into contact with the robot on the opposing alliance. This is the second time, so they'll be issued a yellow card. All right, the fish are getting ready to swim on the reef. Let's take a look. It is the Red Alliance victorious in that match with a score of 41-32. 41-32. Don't forget, after match number 44, we will right now, let's take a look at the big screen for a message from one of our sponsors, Shaw.
At Shaw, the success of our company and the success of our associates go hand in hand. We work to create an environment where every associate can find meaning in their work because they feel empowered, accountable, safe, and supported. We offer a diverse range of opportunities, which means that our associate can find a role that fits their skills and passions, whether it's in manufacturing, engineering, design, marketing, or sales. And we provide our associates with the tools and resources to forge their own path. We support associates' growth and development through our award-winning training programs, tuition reimbursement, and GED support. And you don't need a 4-year degree to succeed at Shaw. A culture of continuous improvement means our associates can grow within the company, no matter where they start. Our commitment to growth extends outside of our company as well. From reading to robotics, kindergarten to college, Shaw supports education efforts within our communities that will help create the workforce of the future. A better future starts here. Join us today to forge your own path with Shaw. Visit shawinc.com/careers to learn more and apply today.
All right, it's time for the last match of the day. That's match 44. Start off the Red Alliance with team 2974.
Dalton Robotics.
Joining them, team 10376.
Plutonium Panthers.
And completing the Red Alliance team 4459.
Leotex.
And on the blue lines, we got team 9770.
The Robo Knights.
Next up is team 5219.
Techno Squad.
And rounding out the blue lines, we got team 6887.
The Dalton Catabots. And don't forget, after this match, the pits will stay open for 1 hour. Also, the social will begin. The ice cream social will begin close to 6:45, I think is what they've got it set up for. So that'll be about the time that the match is being completed. Close enough. It'll be ready in the lobby.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the last qualification match is underway today. Match number 44 of 62. We'll have 18 more tomorrow. As the bots move forward from their position, they gain 3 points apiece. If all the bots can move forward and score a piece of coral, they gain a ranking point. As now, Autonomous is over with and the human players are controlling the chaos on the ocean floor. Dalton Robotics dropping a piece of coral high atop the reef. That's worth 5 points. As 68-87, the Dalton Catabots looking for a piece of algae. They can process the algae. That'll be worth 6 points for their alliance. As it's 18-9 in favor of the Red Alliance right now, 97-70 playing defense on the Red Alliance. 29-74, the Dalton Robotics team drops another 5-point piece of coral on the reef. As they place it high atop the reef, they gain 5 points. In the middle branch, they gain 4, and if they can get it on the lower branch, it's worth 3. On the bottom of the reef, you see a little trough around it. We've already got a piece of coral on there. That was worth 2 points. For the Alliances, it's 41-9 right now in favor of the Red Alliance with 1:15 left to go. Blue bots. 68-87, dancing around the reef, looking for a piece of coral or looking for some algae that they can process. As it's 51-9 with 58 seconds left to go in favor of the Red Alliance, Dalton placing another piece of coral on the middle branch worth 4 points. 29-74, scoring at will on the reef right now. They've got the currents mastered. They're able to push that bot around the ocean floor. That's all, folks. We'll try it again. All right. They're working with the ocean currents. They've got it all figured out as they score on the reef. It's 59-9 right now with 21 seconds left to go. 52-19 parked underneath the barge. That's worth 2 points for the Alliance as 97-70 moves underneath the barge and parks as well. The final bot, 68-87, the Dalton Catabots. They're parking themselves underneath the barge. 2 points is 10-376 and Walton parked up underneath the barge. That's the end of qualifying match number 44. That's the last match of the day. And if you'll check out in the lobby, they might be ready for the ice cream social, maybe just a little bit early, give them a couple of minutes, but they're prepared to go ahead and get the ice cream social started as quickly as possible. As soon as we announce the score right now, the fish are being released out onto the reef. A Red Alliance fish with a score of 73-19. The ice cream social will begin. Go out and enjoy your ice cream. The pits will remain open for 1 hour, starting now. Tomorrow morning, the pits will open at 8 a.m. Opening ceremonies will begin at 9. If you're in match number 45, 46, or 47 tomorrow, you need to be prepared to be in queuing at 9 o'clock. To be prepared to start the matches at 9:30. Don't forget, as you're roaming around the venue, stop by and check out the sponsors roll. There's a lot of good stuff over there from the Tennessee Aquarium, Dalton State, everybody over there, Automation Direct. Even Shaw has some good stuff with some free popcorn. You can take your chance at spinning the wheel to win some Shaw swag items. You can also register to win a Nintendo Switch V2 and the Bamboo Lab A1 Mini 3D printer over at the Shaw booth. So check them out. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.